what it do, what it do, what it do, well. What it do, 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 well. What it do, 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 well. Shalom, everybody. Shalom, family. Wagwan. Mm-hmm. Wagwan in this crazy world that we must attend to the nonsense. Yeah, it is going down everywhere. And so, pop goes the weasel go pop. Yeah. So, I cannot believe, I can't believe now the amount of activity that has amplified itself up. I couldn't even go to sleep about just looking at all of the stories that popped up. So, without further ado, I'm gonna try to run through as many of these as possible. But we're gonna have fun with this because I think this is gonna be interesting with a lot of stuff. A lot of people lost from east to west coast. I mean, the fires out here have destroyed so much. Anthony Hopkins, he just got his house burnt down as well. So many celebrities. I think I have a couple that will showcase that. With a couple people that had perished in the fires, child celebrity. There was a earthquake. Man. Firenado. The winter storm is about to be 2.0. The trees have been falling on all kind of power lines. Yeah. Without further ado, we can just go ahead and get on to it because it should be fun. It should be fun. Where are we at? Yeah.
They're called bionic boomers.
No, they not. No, they not.
Firenado. It was captured by Fox 11 LA in the Palisades fire. This was last night about 10:45 local time. This one's been all over social media. Unbelievable. Yeah, you get big pressure changes, big temperature changes, and you can see those. It's a real thing. There's actually been an EF3 Firenado that happened in the past. I'm trying to remember which fire it was from.
It's interesting because you can see.
This is some wild video. Check out this Firenado. It was captured by Fox 11 LA in the Palisades fire. This was last night about...
It's like beautifully dancing.
10:45 local time. This one's been all over social media. Unbelievable. Yeah, you get big pressure changes, big temperature changes, and you can see those. It's a real thing. There's actually been an EF3 Firenado that happened in the past. I'm trying to remember which fire it was from. It was several years ago, but just the point is you can actually get these actual tornadoes that have fire in them that can get pretty strong. It's more like a dust devil than an actual tornado, which would come out of a supercell. But my goodness, you want to talk about a contrast in what we've seen across the country over the last couple of days. And you can see this time of year, December, January, you can get Santa Ana winds events that lead to fires. Of course, fires of this magnitude, it's historic, and it's something that all those people are never going to forget. I'm never going to forget covering it as far as my career goes, because this is it's just been incredibly wild and memorable.
Yeah, it's just been wild and memorable. It has gotten people to that point. Yes. You are going to remember. You're going to remember where you was, what you was doing, who you are, everything, all wrapped up in one. This ain't escape nobody. Nowhere.
a ton over the next couple of weeks, as we are expecting a slightly quieter weather pattern for the next few days with a couple of shots of snow. But by the time we go into next weekend, another big winter storm is possible, in addition to the coldest weather of the season across much of the United States, which could make this one of the coldest Januaries that we've seen in several years. So in today's forecast, we're going to be breaking down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next several days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country this morning, and we'll begin with this right here, which is the big winter storm that is finally weakening as it moves through the mid-Atlantic region this morning in the Northeast. Many areas still seeing some light to moderate snowfall out there, and look at this right here. This is all of the moisture that is streaming from the Pacific Ocean and Gulf of Mexico back over into areas like the mid-Atlantic this morning, which is what has helped to amplify the amount of snowfall that we saw back.
If you in the nation, you know what you know. I had to stop it right there, because if you know what you know, that is definitely a line.
Back over in southeastern Virginia. Overall, this is going to be moving offshore throughout the day today, but there will continue to be a chance for some light to moderate and even at times heavy snowfall back over in New England before this officially moves out. And then look at this back up here in the northern plains. This is going to be our next shot of some snow back over in areas like the Midwest and even maybe the upper Ohio Valley as we go into late this weekend into early next week. And this could also bring a few inches of snow to those areas. Now, for the rest of this weekend, we do have two storms to talk about. The first of which is the winter storm, which is now moving offshore. We still have some light to moderate snow in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, but this will be tapering down later today. Some light snow in the Northeast and as well as New England as we go throughout the afternoon hours today, and then eventually that moves offshore as we go later into tonight. Most of the snow is going to be done by Sunday morning. And then as we go throughout Sunday morning, we got a little Alberta clipper that's going to be moving across the Midwest, which will bring some light to moderate snowfall to Minnesota, Wisconsin, back into parts of Michigan, and then we'll eventually be moving through parts of Canada as we go late into Sunday night into early Monday morning, before eventually as we go throughout the day Monday and as well as even into early Tuesday, there will be some lake effect snow, especially back over near Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Does not look to be a major event, but there will be a few inches of snowfall out of that event, and then eventually this is going to be lingering in the Northeast as we go throughout the daylight hours on Tuesday. Now here's how much snowfall you can expect between now all the way through tomorrow morning. Again, the Northeast will be talking about a coating to 2 inches out of this particular winter weather event, which is not really a winter storm anymore, but was our prior winter storm. And then back over here in the Appalachian Mountains in western Pennsylvania, there will be a chance for coating to an additional couple inches in the higher elevations before this event is all said and done. And then back over in the Midwest, we are actually going to be talking about a pretty decent amount of snow. It's not going to be winter storm criteria for most of these areas, but there will be a widespread 3 to 6 inches for much of Minnesota and Wisconsin. Even back into western Michigan, there will be many areas there between 3 to 6 inches of snow when this event is all said and done. A few isolated locations will be near a foot of snow in the upper peninsula of Michigan due to lake effect snow. Now, we had a ton of snow out of this winter storm. Many of you were left very happy with lots of snowfall, and some of you were very mad that I was wrong, because there were a few areas that actually saw almost no snow, including the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There was basically no snow. It was a very sharp divide between no snow upwards of almost a foot of snow back over near the Red River. But overall, there were many areas that overperformed out of this event. Just west of Little Rock, we had many areas over a foot of snow. Even Amarillo had a big surprise, over a foot of snow in many areas near Amarillo, Texas. They were only forecasted to see 3 to 5 inches of snow. The Atlanta, Georgia area was near 4 inches of snow. That was about 2 inches more than what we were forecasting and most people were forecasting in general. Tennessee underperformed just a hair. Most areas only saw around 3 to 5 inches of snow, but nonetheless, hopefully you enjoy it. It will start to melt here over the next few days, and in just a moment, we'll talk more about when it's going to be melting. Now, for some of you, this snow will be melting very quickly, especially in North Texas, but for many of you, the snow is actually going to stick on the ground for a little while. This is a snow depth across the United States. You'll notice as we go throughout the day Monday and as well as into Tuesday, the majority of the snowfall in the Dixie Alley and Texas will melt off, but areas like Arkansas, Tennessee, and Oklahoma will stick around with a lot of the snow even through the early to mid portion of this week. We do think there's a better shot that it'll melt as we get closer to Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, but there could still be some snow on the ground, and then we're going to have another Arctic blast west sometime around next weekend or early the following week, which may keep any snow that's still on the ground there for a little bit longer. So there might be some of you that enjoy the snow for a little while. Now, the weather's going to be changing a ton over the next couple of weeks. We have a big weather pattern change coming, so let's go right into that with the jet stream. This is what it looks like right now. We got a meridional flow. We actually have that little Alberta clipper back up here in the Pacific Northwest, and then here's your low pressure system, which is bringing the snowfall. I also want to point out this right here is a very strong little section in the jet stream, which is what we call a jet streak. If there are any airplanes going west to east, they are going to have an amazing tailwind. I mean, that is just phenomenal. Around 190 knots going west to east. That is really crazy. As we go throughout the weekend and into early next week, we are going to continue to see another storm system move across the Midwest. Again, that's going to bring a little bit of snow, but overall it's going to be pretty quiet for the majority of the work week. We're not really going to be seeing much. The reason why is that the jet stream is going to be lifted very far back off to the north, and also the jet stream back over here in the southern tier of the United States will be very zonal, with a low pressure system spinning just offshore there of California, which unfortunately will continue to keep some of the winds strong in California, but hopefully we'll get some moisture in that area out of that particular trough. As we eventually go into next weekend, that is when things will change a ton. We are expecting a big dip in the jet stream by around Saturday or Sunday, which means that we are going to have all this Arctic air coming right out of Canada, and that's going to move into the United States, and we are expecting this to bring an Arctic blast to the United States. In addition to that, we'll have troughing here, which should allow for some sort of storm system to form in the Ohio Valley, Northeast, and perhaps up and down the East Coast, bringing the potential for some showers, maybe some thunderstorms, and perhaps another winter storm here in the United States as we go into the tail end of next weekend. Granted, it is about a week out, so things could change, but obviously confidence is definitely starting to grow on this system as computer models have been showing it for several days. As we go into the following week, the GFS model keeps a very strong northerly wind in place in the jet stream, which means that a lot of cold air will continue to come out of Canada, so it looks like we're going to have another cold stretch of weather as we go really into the third week here of January, and we should have an active weather pattern to end off January as well, with perhaps more shots for snow. We are going to be on an absolute roller coaster when it comes to temperatures over the next 10 days, because look at this. As we go throughout the early to mid portion of this week, we'll have a shot of cold air moving again through the Midwest and as well as back into the Ohio Valley and Northeast, but eventually by the middle and end of this week, warmer weather will start to arrive. Above average temperatures. It will not feel like spring, but it will feel a little bit above average. But look at this. As we go into Saturday, Sunday, and Monday of next weekend, we get our first shot of cold air, but this right here is truly where the coldest of the weather will be, in the pink colors. That is where very below average temperatures will reside. The potential for some record-breaking temperatures is definitely not out of the table, out of that particular cold air mass. And then as we go into the following week, around January 20th and 21st, it looks like this cold air is going to be sitting here in the United States, and then eventually maybe another shot of cold air going further down to the south. Now, with anything that we talk about on this channel, obviously anything over 7 days out can change. Temperature trends, though, are easier to forecast over 7 days out. We do think we are going to be talking about a big shot of cold air, and this is going to impact millions across the country. And the Climate Prediction Center does agree with this thinking, that at least there's a higher likelihood here as we go throughout Saturday, the 18th through the 24th, that below average temperatures are likely across much of the United States. I mean, basically the entire country is shaded in blue here, so we can probably expect as we go into next week, it is going to get very chilly, especially towards the weekend and into the early following week. Now, exactly how cold could it get? Well, these are the temperatures that we're looking at early Monday. Again, notice many areas sub-zero back over in the northern plains, many areas in the teens as well through the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. This is eventually by next weekend, and look how it gets really cold across the northern tier of the United States. Again, this could definitely sink further down to the south, but it does look like it's going to be chilly for many areas in the single digits, the below zero range as well across the northern plains and the Midwest. So get ready, it is going to be another cold stretch of weather here as we go later into January. So you're probably wondering, will I have a chance of seeing a winter storm as we go into next weekend out of this particular disturbance? Well, overall, this week is going to be very quiet. Again, we're not really expecting much for most of the country in terms of rain or snow, other than really Sunday, Monday with that clipper system in the Midwest, and then maybe a couple shots of snow later this week in the Midwest. But overall, it's going to be very quiet. Really not much rain or snow falling for most of the country, which unfortunately means, by the way, areas like Southwest California are not going to be really seeing any sort of rainfall or really any sort of big increase of moisture here over the next several days, which means those wildfires are just going to continue. The wind will be varying a lot over the next several days as well. Again, they are starting to get contained since the wind has been a little bit lighter, so that's good news, but no shots of rain in the forecast right now throughout this week, it looks like, at least for right right now. Let's hope that changes, though. As we go into Friday into Saturday, we are expecting a big storm to form. Again, this is going to be bringing rain and maybe even some storms to the deep south and the Dixie Alley. We may see a little bit of severe weather as well, but that's uncertain at this time. And then on the northern side of this particular disturbance, there will be a potential for some moderate to heavy snowfall, perhaps even a winter storm. Now, obviously, it looks pretty messy right now, but keep in mind, we are still about a week out from this, so things will change. But it does look like we could see some winter storm conditions, maybe in the Ohio Valley or Northeast. But nothing's locked in as of right now. We definitely could see some changes to the forecast. So make sure you're staying tuned to the channel. Make sure you're subscribed down below. And
Well. There is a lot of activity going on, y'all. So, as many things have been shown on the previous episodes, this is a definite constant across not only America, but across the whole world. In his hands, he got the whole wide world in his hands. But the situation in California is that serious. And I bring that to a lot of people's attention because if you don't know about California, haven't been out here, haven't lived out here, born and raised, whatever like that, to see what's happening right now is just literally the appetizer, because not having no rain to even calm any of that down, nah. Those winds are bad. And it's like they just have gotten increasingly amplified. It's not even just increasingly amplified. It's like they just all kind of joined forces. You know? It's kind of like they joined forces. Because in every direction, it's sweeping in. All it has to do is hit the perfect chord. And we spoke about that, Sister and I. And it was pretty nice because to see the harmonious actions and events that are happening all over the place, they're just lining up and syncing like it's spot on. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's getting to where it needs to be every time, to see even those weather patterns go along that X marks the spot. It's literally like doing an X marks the spot. Like it's coming up one direction, but then you got an Arctic blast going down the other one. So it's like it's amazing to see that. That's why I just things stand out to me, and I'd be like, okay, I got you. Thank you for that. And so I try to bring it to everybody's awareness of just some of the things that I kind of meditate on or see or, come across my mind about, whatever. But that's just everywhere, like an Arctic blast right now, literally an Arctic blast. You have trees that are falling on so many power lines right now. It's like the trees are speaking. They truly are. All of the elements, literally that. And so, yeah, there was earthquakes as well. And I bring that up because can't shortchange that.
Hey, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to the weekend. It is 11:31 a.m. California time here, January 11th, 2025. You're going to have to excuse my voice here. Still got a cold that came about here a couple days ago, so trying to deal with that.
I'm glad he brought that up. I didn't even anticipate him saying that, but so many are getting sick right now. Like the hospitals are overran. I got stuff on that as well, with the kids and stuff like that. So to hear people under the way I felt just fine. I ain't felt like a booger snot and good moment. But anyways.
Latest activity here on the earthquake 3D globe shows a 2.7 across the area of the Mediterranean region there. It looks like on the green flag. Let's go ahead and check out the West Coast here real quick, see what we got going on for California activity. After some elevated activity yesterday, across the Bay region. We'll zoom in here, see if we've got anything else going on today. Looks like the majority of these quakes are from yesterday. For a total tally, looks like about 9 earthquakes here in the last week. The majority of those were from yesterday, including that 3.6. So no further adjustment yet across that area. Up into Northern California here, a handful of earthquakes, including some this morning. Very shallow earthquake activity here, 3.4 and a 2.1, indicating the strain out here. And, one may consider this aftershock sequences there from the 7-pointer, and that may be, but still getting quite a bit of strain out here. And, of course, the sleeping giant up here, the Cascadia subduction zone, has not seen any major release of pressure, and it looks like it's still putting the pressure on that region. Southern California down here, got some big-time fires still raging, wind kicking up as well. A couple earthquakes here in the last hour around the Salton Sea area. That's just off the Brawley seismic zone. The southern branch of the San Andreas Fault, a couple smaller earthquakes here as well. Up around the Garlock Fault shear zone, some movement from yesterday and today. Overall, just keeping an eye on the California area. It's been active out here in broader scale sense of things. Western Nevada is still seeing some movement out there across the area. As we look across the rest of the country out here, well, some movement up around Yellowstone. Really nothing big showing up here, but I do want to double check the Yellowstone seismograph station overview, see what we have. Not a whole lot. The super volcano is super quiet. Not a whole lot of inflation, not a whole lot of earthquake activity, not a whole lot of anything happening there across that super volcano. Let's see a little bit of movement outside of Dutch John, Utah. That's actually on the Colorado side, it looks like. 2.7 from early this morning. A handful of fault systems out there. A lot of older activity, older faults. Excuse me. Out in Texas area, some oil fields getting hit. Same with Oklahoma up here. There's a number of oil fields outside the Medford area. As mentioned there on the map, New Madrid seismic zone, pretty quiet. Some further activity here across the Mexico area. Of course, 5-pointer coming in southern Mexico last night. A couple hours later, 4.2. Further up north, somewhat shallower than the original quake. So keep an eye here on the Middle America Trench, showing some deep activity, and most of the time those deep quakes there add further strain across the subduction zone. Pretty good cluster of earthquake activity out there in the last 24 hours. Puerto Rico area, handful of quakes there outside of the San Juan area north. Some 3s and 2s here yesterday and today. Take a look here at the earthquake 3D globe. South America region fairly quiet aside from the typical 2s and 3s down there on any given day. The Atlantic Ocean quiet. Ethiopia rift boundary here. Looks like maybe another 5-pointer stirred up here this morning, a 5.2 in that area of the rift boundary. Obviously, there's some type of magma intrusion going on here across the region. No new information here in terms of any volcanic status. It's still sitting at a level 3 out of a 5 for minor activity or eruption warning. So anything could happen at any given time. It looks like there was at least 40 centimeters here of uplift along most the entire access from Fintel to the Dauphin volcano during the 17th to 29th of December time period. So it's a broad scale event that's taken place out here. Could lead up to some bigger eruption activity out here, because that's a significant magma intrusion out there. It's not just confined here to one volcano area. This is 30, 60, 75, maybe 80 miles here in length. Watching that pretty closely. So far, the depth of these earthquakes here, about 6 miles underneath the area. And of course, the latest one, a 5.2 earthquake out of 111 earthquakes here of decent magnitudes in the last 30 days. Continue to keep an eye on that.
Wow. 111.
Let's see what else we got here around the globe. Still some aftershock sequences there outside of Nepal, following that 7-pointer there a few days ago. Typical crunch zone activity. a little bit more active today than normal. Looks like the Philippines here region getting hit pretty hard with some 3s and 4s, upper 4s out there. Some renewed deep activity here across the Mariana Trench. That should show up here on the USGS map. 60-mile deep 5-pointer here into the southern end of the Mariana Trench here.
Oh, wow.
Outside of Guam. This region in the last, let's see here, last 7 days or so, seen some deeper activity up north. Pretty deep one, 5.3 here back on the 7th. Some further adjustment south now, so watch the entire area. Most of the time these deeper quakes here are adding further strain up across the subduction zone interface region, where we get the highest accumulated slip rate and strain. Big Island of Hawaii, aside from a couple smaller earthquakes here offshore, and the Pahala area. We'll go ahead and double check the latest status here from Kilauea volcano. See what we got going on. Hoping my voice holds out here, folks. Webcams there across the area. Summit cam shows us still some volcanic gases there from the main region. That's had a little eruption activity here in the last 30 days, along with a couple pauses, and it's currently in a pause. Also some activity stirring up here further down the crater wall. This may be a sign that something right in the middle here could pop pretty soon. It just kind of makes sense. Not a whole lot of eruption activity right now, and volcanic activity there is kept to a minimum, or at least earthquake activity here is kept to a minimum, as noted on the seismograph stations here. Goodness, I'm going to start turning into the earthquake whisperer, because I have very little voice here, I'm telling you. I've been trying to listen to a few of the comments out here in terms of, getting better, getting rid of this cold, and appreciate the comments, but it seems like nothing's helping at the moment. Just congestion, super duper cough, and a little bit of lung congestion as well, but that's not the main thing. It's just my voice box right now and coughing. Let's see, anything else going on across the globe here? New Zealand, some 3s out there, it looks like. Really nothing major. Kind of see what happens here today as things get put into motion. Space weather activity, fairly minimal out here. Man, I'm just hitting those highs today with this voice. Slipping down here into the B flare category. Look at that. That's crazy. That's letting us know right there that things are very quiet on the Earth-facing side of the sun. A B category. It doesn't normally get like that unless we're looking at very minimal sunspots, or sunspots that really are not all that active, and that appears to be the case. 3956 is a new sunspot. Look, you can definitely see the separation there of the core. That is not going to produce any flares in that type of position here. We start getting maybe some building up here. I might want to watch that. There looks like another individual sunspot core, or a portion of the core, magnetically complex, interjoining the areas of the outside of that sunspot region. So that could turn into something. Right now, not so much, but we'll keep an eye on that one. 3947 over here, just pretty much completely disintegrated, it looks like, in terms of complexity. And behind that, not a whole lot. Flaring threat out here is quite minimal. Let's see if we got the far side watch is not up yet, unfortunately. That's still down. Hopefully they get that up, because it's kind of nice to see what's going on behind the sun there in terms of, sunspot areas. Right now, 10% chance. That's fairly high. I have mine set, I think, at about 5% chance for X flare, but it's probably less than that even. M flare at 50% chance, C flare at 99, but even that dipping down into the B flare category. No major roars there in the forecast, folks. For now, a quick glance at the close approach asteroids here. I've got a bad gateway coming in, it looks like. Not for sure why. We're still live. Yes, we are. Mm-hmm. Looks like those folks may be offline.
Wow.
Either that, or they don't want me visiting their page. So, all right. Let's check out Storm Prediction Center out here, see if we got anything major going on. No severe weather there really in the forecast. As we look at the numerical models here, we got another cold blast air coming down here for the majority of the country. That appears to be a semi-permanent type of pattern out here. There's another deep trough bringing in a lot of colder air as we head into next weekend, along with some snow chances there in the area. After that, maybe a pattern change out here across the West Coast. Could see a return of wet weather out here across Northern California. Southern California, unfortunately, not so much. So let's go ahead and check out, see what we have for the latest on the fire activity in Southern California here. The watchduty.org app is an excellent app to monitor and view all sorts of interesting stuff here on the fires. They gained, I think 300,000 users. And that was a couple days ago, so I'm sure it's doubled that by now. But it's a handy-dandy type of app for your phone as well. Big fires right now. The Palisades fire over here across the Malibu region still burning with a couple hot spots extending northward here. Unfortunately, it looks like they may be getting close to some further areas, community regions up here, as indicated here on the hotspot area. Man, I hope these guys get this under control. 11% containment for 22,000 acres. A couple of new hot spots over here on the western fire perimeter as well. Kenneth fire looks like that's just about out. Hearst fire as well. The other big fire is the Eaton fire, sitting at 14,000 acres, 15% containment. Not a whole lot of hotspot activity here, but mainly up in the higher terrain. Up there in probably some hard areas to reach for the firefighters, but most of the time the aerial tankers will be useful for that type of setup. Not a whole lot of hotspots detected down south. That is good. Not for sure what's going on here, but there is some type of hotspot being picked up on the satellite imagery. Hotspot detection. Sometimes it could be picking up smoke. I don't know, but watch that. See if anything doesn't take off from that area. Lydia fire is completely out. So as of right now, just the two big fires out there. The wind is expected to pick up here early next week. Northern California, wind's blowing like crazy here. It's been blowing all day. Outside of my neck of the woods here around Chico, we got gusts up to about 40 miles an hour. That should continue through the day. Southern California here, where all the fires are, got some wind up there in the mountains. Throughout the day today, things calmed down. Not so much over here across the Eaton fire. Sunday, got some further wind conditions out here around Malibu and the Eaton fire area. Just an off and on type of wind event. Monday looks to be a little bit more stronger offshore type of wind. Watch that pretty closely there, folks. It's just been almost a persistent dry pattern out here of offshore winds. And unfortunately, as I mentioned here, there's really no rain in the forecast for Southern California. They haven't had a drop of rain in like 10 months. And that's crazy because in the wintertime here, this is our normal wet pattern out here in the wintertime from roughly about November to March. So if we don't get any rain in that time period, well, summertime doesn't bring us rain. We don't get the thunderstorms out here in the springtime storms like they do here in the southern plains in the south and the northern plains there in the summertime. We just don't do that. That's a different setup out here. So our rainy season is right now, and it's high and drying out here in Northern California as well, unfortunately. Here's a look at the extended model run, showing the West Coast pretty dry up until, again, about the 23rd, well, maybe even later than that, 24th, 25th of January. This is a ways out here. This could obviously change. But notice, Southern California, not a drop of rain down here. Northern California will be lucky if we get the return of rain. But even the Pacific Northwest is quiet in terms of the typical storms that hit out here. I'm telling you, it's a crazy weather pattern right now. We should not be having these type of events right now. It's pretty crazy. Let me check out the drought conditions because it's seeping in pretty quickly. Look at even Northern California back underneath some drought conditions. It's very dry right now at the surface levels. Down below there, it's still fairly wet. but it, as you can see, it's starting to fill in. So we don't get rain for a month. I guarantee you this is going to start getting into some moderate drought here for Northern California. Southern California, as you can see, high and dry. Not a whole lot going on out there. Super dry across the area. The deeper and even the surface levels there, all way below normal. Northern California surface levels are dry. Deeper area. There's still a little area here in the Sacramento Valley outside where I live here in Colusa. That's still a little wet at the deeper levels, but it's drying up pretty quickly here, folks. And the fire danger and the fuel moisture still quite high out here. Fuel moisture is low, meaning that the moisture is super dry out here, but the fire spread potential still elevated out there across Southern California. So just be prepared potentially for some more fire starts out there in Southern California. It seems like that appears to be the pattern out there for now. Keep your eyes open, and if you see something, say something, do something about it. If you see someone lighting a fire, well, you might want to call the authorities there and let them know what's going on, because there seems to be a lot of arsonist stuff going on out there in Southern California right now. All right.
Well. Gotta name a culprit, huh? Somebody had did it. Somebody done did it. Who didn't did it? Who didn't did it now? That is what it's gotten to now. It's rocking and rolling, y'all. That's why I like to bring a lot of different angles of information, kind of tie up a lot of the things that are to come and that we will see. And so, as you can see, the East Coast is getting hit with an X freeze. And so they have a winter vortex going on. It's the calm before the storms. It's the calm before the storms. Hasn't popped off all the way like it should, but you're seeing that every single event is brewing up to something. And like I've spoken before, that it just looks like one big old, dance and harmony of like bells ringing or, drums. Like things are in a beautiful rhythm, a vibe, a frequency. That energy is really manifesting itself everywhere. All of these different regions where activity was very silent, but these were the places of prominence and importance and concern and caution and an alert that if something was to happen in all of these specific locations, and it's interesting because a lot of it has happened all in at once. So being able to see that things are happening, not to just, it's just happening over there. Oh, it's just happening. No, it's happening everywhere where everybody's stretched to where you're seeing multiple people having to extend, you're seeing states and services, public services extending their resources all over the country, completely, occupied, overwhelmed. You're seeing where there's many firefighters that are making their way out to California from other states. And so that's what it is about to become, to where every location is going to be having to solicit the service of neighboring states, far or close. And it's going to get to a point of pretty much highlighting, do you love thy neighbor if the devil's next door? And how many are, when you're looking at state-wise, going to be able to extend their resources when their place may be burned down or flooded, or in any of these cases. something happening. And they have to look at their circumstance and have to question it like, I don't know if we can look out for you, neighbor. And then you're seeing that has been happening for the last 5 years. That you're seeing loving thy neighbor is not setting the examples are not of the best right now. And so starting to see a lot of madness come out, a lot of agitation and wrath. And these are the things that kind of get built up, and especially everybody's circumstance right now. It's kind of like now showing the humility and the fragility when people are under the most horrific, traumatic shock. Like these people lost everything, y'all. So that shock, that trauma is bewildering to people who just not too long ago had a smile on their face. And now for this to have come to pass, it has people really looking at and assessing and reevaluating their sanity, their sense of being and belonging. A lot of people, were who they are because of, what they have. And so that trait, that tendency of being addicted or clamped on to things and trinkets and stuff like that. And I kind of brought up, like, I only want the Most High's grace and mercy. And that's all I kind of just been thinking and feeling today, knowing that to see all of these events happen like they are, we are in for a pretty wild ride. And many people are going to be affected by this for a very long time. People are not going to be able to bounce back. People are going to be able to bounce back. So without further ado, we're going to run down these. Get it cracking.
This comes at a time of crisis for homeowners in California when it comes to insurance, as insurance companies have canceled policies in the state in recent years, even with just in the last few months, specifically in Pacific Palisades. It actually includes more than 530,000 policyholders in Los Angeles County. So insurers have also been refusing to write new policies in areas they consider high risk for wildfires, which does include a lot of California. And sadly, it's something that has happened in our state. So what are your options? Alicia Berard with Homeowners Insurance Group is joining us now in studio to talk about this. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So how often is this happening in Arizona from your perspective?
It's actually happening quite often. We have insureds that are non-renewing in North Scottsdale, Rio Verde, Fountain Hills. We haven't seen a lot of non-renewals in the outlying Flagstaff, Sedona, Prescott, but insurers are freezing writing any new business, and so you don't have any other options. So if you, for whatever reason, say you have a claim and you're the perfect storm. I had a client that came to me, she had 2 claims, lived in a heavily, densely populated, not densely populated, densely forested area. Mm-hmm. And she was non-renewed by her carrier. I couldn't even get her insurance in the surplus lines market. So there's an insurability issue. We're all hanging by a thread on being insured in those high fire risk areas.
What can people do if they're watching this and thinking, oh boy, I live in this area, this might apply to me?
Do not submit any claims unless you absolutely have to. I say don't submit small claims. Take some insurability or some responsibility for making those small repairs to your home. To reduce your rates, I would say go a higher deductible. I'm really stressing to clients, you don't want to make a claim smaller than 5,000. I wouldn't do it. So why not go a 5,000 deductible? Most of us, unless you can't, make that happen, but most of us can handle, either putting it on a credit card or making payments, but go the higher deductible. It'll lower your rate and also stop you from making those smaller claims.
We don't have a lot of time left, so just real quickly, is what's happening in California with this insurance and happening here, is this a big surprise to you or not so much?
No, this has been going on and brewing in California. It's largely because of the government there. They've tied the hands of the insurance companies so they can't rate to the risk. And now insurance companies have had no choice but to pull out. I mean, they did not want to pull out, but if they're continuing, I mean, this fire in California is not going to bode well for insurance companies because they're all still there. They've held a lot of their existing clients. They're not writing new business. But now more carriers are probably going to start non-renewing. State Farm started non-renewing their clients, I think, last July.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a big deal.
Okay. Thank you so much for.
Ooh-wee. That is banana pajamas. That's how heavy it is. Got 10 for these folks. They have lost everything, and they have dug what a tangle web you weave. Literally that. Oh, what a tangle web you weave. The amount of people who live in high on the hog, that's that slothfulness. That's that slothfulness. And people got caught. Tag, you're it. And like I said, these fires are not about to stop. Like even the ashes of the ashes is going to get burnt up. It's not going to. I mean, and when the weather does kick back in, you're not going to be able to rebuild this in the capacity that all of these people do. That's $1 million homes, y'all, that are gone. I know it's just heavy everywhere right now, but it's like to see the unraveling of so many things that we may not even have been knowing and paying attention to. This is like the what not to do 101 almost.
Celebrities living in the Palisades neighborhood continue to give updates on their homes. We know that several have lost their homes. Comedian Adam Carolla was on TMZ Live this afternoon. He says his house is fine, but that does not mean that all is well.
Possible survivor's guilt, like why is my place?
It's interesting he brought that up. See, a lot of these, that's why I'm going to tie this together, because this is going to be amazing times that we're going to be living in. The amount of pressure they're going to put on each other. They know they can't come to us. He ain't going nowhere in Long Beach to be knocking on somebody's door. They're going to be putting pressure on each other, and that's survivor's guilt. It don't matter how close or how far and wide it is. You're going to have people reaching out to each other, needing each other, and it's going to be, that's a taste of that envy right there. And like you said, that survivor's guilt, making people feel bad because, they got their house over in another state, completely far away, and ain't nothing going on with them. And then you just packing up all of your stuff to just you and your 20 kids. So yeah, you're going to have many of these issues run rampant in all of their communities. And the crazy part about it is that every community across the whole country has been affected. You cannot write off that these very prestigious and rich neighborhoods are not being affected. You got to understand that's just a very small smidget of what is to come, because you got to look at the fact that those winds, they blow crazy everywhere. And I think people are just like not really, they're underestimating it and they're underselling it because they don't want to cause panic and concern. But you're going to have many people who are going to have to evacuate because of just how fast it's going to spread. It's too dry, and then you have winds that are blowing everything everywhere. So, no, this is just an appetizer. That literally just went off of one embankment of a mountain and blew off from it and just blew that way. And everything was just all in its path. So, that survivor's kit is definitely going to be something heavy that, yeah, they go on moving with their friend or family member, but then that friend and family member's house get burned down too. So now it's a trickle down, y'all. It's not gonna be funny.
It's one of the few structures that still left standing, if in fact that's true. I have a very good friend that had a home on PCH.
And how many of these friends are still going to be good friends? Because you got to understand, people change when stuff changes.
And up in the hills, and I hit him up yesterday, and I said, "How'd you fare?" And he said, "Both houses gone."
You're going to get a lot of people that's going to be calling phones and where it's just like, boop, boop, boop. Oh, I'm not answering the phone. Why this person ain't calling and answer the phone? They used to answer my phone all the time.
Carolla is scheduled to perform tonight at Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club on the Strip.
Yeah, you got to think about all events got slowed down, got stopped. It's like commemorations for events that have happened, keeping, the camaraderie and, people at bay and not too like panicked right now. But the panic is going to settle in real heavy. It's going to settle in because of just the fact that you have not one drop of water in the forecast for days right now. I'm talking about several days. And then you just literally sucked up and choked out all of the water for these fire hydrants. And even then, that just literally shows you that there's not a drop of water left.
Some of Hollywood's biggest celebrities' homes have been burned to the ground in the apocalyptic Los Angeles wildfires. Anthony Hopkins' home is gone, as the devastating photos show the house before and after the recent wildfires. John Goodman's house has been completely destroyed, and all that now remains is his backyard pool. Miles Teller's $7.5 million dream home is another building which is now entirely wiped out. Paris Hilton says she watched her home burn to the ground on live TV, while Matthew Perry's home has been engulfed and Harrison Ford was forced to evacuate. The list continues to grow as Eugene Levy, Billy Crystal, and Adam Brody are also among those whose homes are destroyed, while dozens of other stars now face an anxious wait alongside their neighbors to learn if anything could be saved and to pick up the pieces of their multi-million-dollar homes.
Multi-million. Multi-million. Not talking about the projects. The PJs. The projects. The PJs. This is about to set precedents. All of these different events are setting precedents. Look at what's happening in LA. Now they got FEMA and they made all these deadlines. Oh, you gotta get this insurance or get this help before this deadline. Every single location just literally went through that. Oh no, it's not playing. My bad. Hold on 1 second. I don't know why it does that. But then it's like, it play any other time. All right. There we go. There we go.
Palisades fire could actually be the costliest in history. That's because of the number of homes lost, but also because they're some of the most expensive homes in the country. The Insurance Federation of Minnesota says your homeowner's insurance will likely go up for indirect reasons. Number one, insurance companies file claims with their insurance companies when catastrophes like this strike. So that means the overall market tightens and consumers pay that price. Number two, building materials, things like shingles and lumber are about to go up. So that means insurance companies need to charge you more so that they can cover rebuilding costs if you ever need it.
The most recent figure I have seen is that there's been more than 10,000 homes and businesses that have been destroyed in California. If we get to the point of rebuilding those, there's certainly going to be an upward pressure on material costs because of the demand. As this storm is projected to exceed 50 billion, and who knows if this goes north of 80, 90, 100 billion, that's certainly going to bear into what reinsurers potentially have to pay to cover their portion of any of these losses.
And as far as when you could see your costs go up in Minnesota, well, Aaron, who you just heard from there, says that there is a lag time, so it could be months or even years until you notice that. Amelia?
So this trickle-down effect is going everywhere. They're like, oh, you need to get ahead of it now. Excuse me, y'all, I'm smacking. This just set a precedence. This is just definitely a precursor for everything to come right now. And if you don't see the signs I am showing you, then you're going to have people affected. You're talking about building material to places that are already struggling to even build the buildings that they already have right now. That's what you're dealing with right now. You got places around the rest of the country that are still having to try to build their buildings up. You have several fires going on the East Coast. You think they're going to be sending their resources over here? Helene is still, Asheville is still not built up. You just took down all of these places went down. I'm talking about marble tops, marble countertops, everything. People had the most lavish of that. Man, are you kidding me? I can't imagine the things that these people had. That's the interesting part that I'm just looking at, like and people cried so hard because it was their high score that they did everything they thought they did right to get where they at. And now, lo and behold, just the feeling of agony and loss from that. And that goes to, it's like the fact of you even getting emotional about it, it's like that just kind of puts a spotlight on you. Greed, I guess. I don't know. It's like, what are we truly deserving of? Like, are these people you got to really put it in perspective. That's not good. It's definitely going to be people that's going to be having to look at the situation that they lost everything. Man. To all type of furniture. All type of jewelry. Like any and everything that they felt was of importance to them. And this is not the only place that this is going on. This is not the only place this is going on. We starting to see it move in the right direction. Okay, why is it not? Okay, there we go. And that can weird. Because I got a lot of tabs, y'all. Like it's going down right now. So yeah.
Officials saying at least 10 people now confirmed dead from the wildfires in California. 7 separate blazes burning across LA County. As many as 10,000 buildings have burned. And this includes homes of people who have now lost everything.
But nothing prepares you for this amount of destruction. I mean, there's no manual. There's
Can't nothing prepare you for that. Yeah. Ain't no manual. Oh, there's some manuals now. Got the good book. Definitely got the AK Family Handbook now. It'll bring you right on to get you right on right. That's the manual you need. That's one of the manuals you will need to get you kickstarted, lady, because you are about to see a drastic change, not only in your life, but a lot of people's lives. People are going to be going, them soup kitchens are going to be open. I mean, you talking about shelters. You're inconveniencing locations.
Turned around and there was a plume of smoke just like rolling over the mountain, like right behind us. It was probably only about 50 feet away from us, and we quickly like got our stuff, ran down from the rock. As we got to the bottom of the rock, we started to hear the fire crackle like right behind us, and the wind started to pick up really fast, and like we got our things and completely booked it as fast as we could away. And like the trail was a little bit difficult because we had to, in order to go down, we kind of had to go up towards the fire. And then, properly run down the hill. It was terrifying to like feel like you're, running for your life.
Oh, you are running. Oh, you getting out of there. Quick, fast, in a hurry now. It's even much more faster than you, like anybody would think it like that, and now you got the situation where it's causing everybody to get involved.
And we also know a lot of Hoosiers are being impacted by these fires, some losing their homes, others evacuating, and of course many jumping in to help.
Yeah, and tonight our Lauren Kostick joins us in studio after speaking to several of those Hoosiers today. Lauren, what are they saying? Clearly this is just a tough time.
It's so tough. Dustin and Felicia, just those images and videos coming out of LA County right now are just devastating. And for those living nearby, they tell me it's even harder to watch right now. But tonight, a little glimmer of hope as Hoosier help is on the way.
Unimaginable loss as multiple wildfires rip through parts of Los Angeles County at frightening speeds. Smoke and flames forcing hundreds of thousands to evacuate. Others on standby, including Muncie native Christy Kuzma.
So it's literally people losing everything, and it's so sad.
Thankfully, she lives in Orange County, far from the flames.
She said that like she really did not give not one shit. Like not even one baby shit. Like, and even when they're doing the production of this, it's staged. People they know how to get the right shots to make it look, convincing.
But knows things can change any second.
It was contained a little bit more a few days ago, and now it feels like it's spreading more and more and more. So it's like, I don't know.
At the same time, Red Cross teams are mobilizing, including in central Indiana.
People need help, and that's what I'm here for.
Maria Carskigo spoke to 13 News minutes before boarding her flight to LA.
There's a lot of people in shelters right now that need support. They just need a caring hand to be there for them, and that's the intention for the next few weeks.
And she's not alone. Indianapolis-based company BioSweep is also heading out. The team will handle fire restoration efforts, focusing not on what's gone, but what now remains.
When they will allow us to go in, then we want to be ready to go in day one so that we can really help get these people back into their homes.
A mission that's personal for Ton Schnitzius after losing his home to the Malibu fires in the 80s.
It's challenging work, but we feel like we're doing something good for the folks that where their homes did survive.
Hoosier Help, giving a lifeline to those who need it most.
And right now, officials are calling the Palisades fire one of the most destructive fires in LA history. And at last check, none of it has been contained yet.
So you have these folks finna drive across country, because that's a nice drive. That's about definitely more than 2 days of a drive, depending on if they driving straight through. If you got two drivers that know how to haul ass and get out there and do what they need to do and all that stuff, I don't know. How are they gonna get through that snow? It's stuff that it's going to complicate these situations. People, I'm going to rescue. I'm coming and save the day. We're gonna grab everything. We're gonna park everything. We're gonna pull up everything. I just showed you the videos of the trucks that are tipping over. And sometimes I just show those just as little hints and little clips, because it's just like, I hope that people catch the stuff that I do, because everything I do is like very methodical. It's so amazing to see the Most High put everything in. It's like a whole Sim City. It's like a whole movie being seen and conveyed out, to see people from all over get that virtue signal, that bat signal. Jiminy Crickets, we're on our way. And people are going to run, and it's going to get exhausted. People are going to get out there and spend weeks out there, and you're going to be dealing with people that's going to be, their 7 deadly sins are going to be spewing and pouring out of their pores. How much are you going to deal and take with your own kind's wrath, which is it's been evil, as you know. So to see folks that actually go out there to have to try to help these situations, you're going to have to do them in the worst of conditions, the worst of obstacles. You're seeing firefighters trying to put out fires in freezing temperatures, and you're trying to stop a fire with the wind that's blowing the fire. Like, it's not looking good, folks. For people to be trying to sit here and go and try to do the right thing, and people are just gonna jump. They got that pride. You can't sit there and you're not gonna hold my pride back. That's how you feeling.
Time here at home, a local man is trying to help the people in California who have lost everything. He's shipping supplies to the victims of the deadly wildfires. 19's Noel Williams now has the story.
You can typically find Mario Innocenzi behind the barber chair. He owns Mario's Barber Shop here on Broadview Road in Parma. Other than cutting hair, he's also well known for his giving spirit.
As you know, we're starting our drive for the fires in Los Angeles.
The business owner is the face behind Hands to America. It's a local organization that offers relief to those affected by natural disasters.
This is from the Stevens Engineering Company, blankets, brand new blankets. Of course, always in need of diapers, guys. All their diapers are burned up.
He's already started collecting donations. It's all going towards those affected by the deadly wildfires.
It's amazing how everybody do all this shit for the gram, but when Katrina hit, it's amazing how people don't have that same energy.
Fires in California. His goal is to ship off at least 3 trailers full of brand new clothes, essentials, and money donations. Anyone can drop off supplies at the barber shop during business hours.
And we need to fill this barber shop up. We need to fill our trailers up.
And you've done it before.
We've done it many times.
He sent donations to Houston during Hurricane Harvey back in 2017. He shipped off supplies to Kentucky during the deadly tornadoes in 2021. And he stepped up again during Hurricane Helene in 2024.
Why do you do what you do?
You know, I grew up on the east side of Cleveland. My mom was a World War II Depression baby. We had nothing growing up. So I know what it's like to have nothing.
He's working to make sure people have something. This time for those in Los Angeles who are starting all over. Reporting in part.
Now, the deed and the gesture, that's not what that's about. It's an amazing gesture. We all do it all the time. I'm a loving, caring, giving person. Problem is, you're doing this and time is up. It's like throwing your money in a fire. Literally, you're going to be throwing your money into a California fire. Everybody's going to be pushing all of their chips in. Pushing all of your chips in, hoping to bank on your little 15 minutes of fame, which is cool. Do what you do. But those same efforts are not going to work. You're going to run out fast. You're going to run out quick. You're going to realize that you're going to have to come back home. You're going to realize that, oops, your home is gone. That's what's happening when you guys leave. You go somewhere, you fuck it up, and you know, you litter and leave your trash everywhere and act an ass because you're drunk. You know, you think that I can just act an ass anywhere I want. And then you get home and then there's a tree falling through your roof and landing on your lazy boy chair where you sit. It said, "Oh, I didn't know you was coming back home. Oh. It was cold outside. I just happened to enter through the roof. You know, I just made myself at home, on the home. So I hope you don't mind, and you ain't tripping. You know, you get to know my neighbor. You know, I've been in your yard for a long time. You ain't never talked to me and shake a branch or even just give me a hug. What's up with that, you strangers?" So yeah, that's not the only. Everybody's grandstanding. Everybody's posturing up. It's not just no one-off.
Now, resources from the tri-state area are ready to respond if needed in California as firefighters there continue the battle.
Well, CBS News Philadelphia's Nikki DeMentry speaks with the New Jersey Forest Fire Service to talk about their own experiences in the Golden State, helping on the front lines.
So we are here at the Brendan Byrne State Forest.
Trevor Rayner has been with the New Jersey Forest Fire Service for more than a decade. He's fought countless fires at home and also dozens out of state, including in California.
It's scary because we know what it's like out there fighting those fires.
Just this past October, David Akey, also with the Forest Fire Service, was out in Los Angeles County assisting federal partners.
We were actually stationed in Los Angeles County. We were working for the U.S. Forest Service, kind of a preposition type order. So we were there to assist in any type of fire suppression.
At this time, the New Jersey Forest Fire Service hasn't been requested to go out to California, but they say they are ready whenever and wherever they may be needed.
I would say if they needed help, we could probably mobilize at least 20 people within a 24-hour time frame.
The closest New Jersey scene to what's going on right now in California, Rayner says, happened back in April 1963. That's when more than 400 structures burned and 7 people died.
The fuels in California rival those in New Jersey, so our fuels are just as volatile here in state. The situation could be just as dangerous here.
With snow on the ground, the fire risk here is low, but things could change.
So it could take a few days and we're right back to where we were a couple months ago.
Nikki DeMentry, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Well, open up your phone
their way to Los Angeles to assist crews with the number of wildfires ravaging the area. Captain Joey Sanchez with the Nampa Fire Department says there are 5 task forces deployed to California. Along with the necessary manpower, they are bringing their own fire trucks filled with water to help fight the blazes. Now, with the lack of water available for firefighters, it does create some concern.
It's definitely something that is going to be taken into consideration with our strategy and tactics and where we're going. Obviously, this is not our neighborhood and where we normally fight fires, so we're going to be relying heavily on the local departments that we are going to be assisting on knowing where good water sources are.
Sanchez says he is not sure where his task force will be deployed yet, as they'll get the assignment when they arrive. But he says they are glad to be able to provide aid to their fellow firefighters and the people in need.
I guess you ain't got no good connections because they should have put you up on game that ain't no water, homie. And them little baby buckets of water that you got bringing on your way ain't gonna put out 10,000 structures. It's amazing how people are just trying to pull out all the stops and do something and pull something together. Everybody. You got everybody. You even got the churches standing up finally.
Supporting the people affected by those California wildfires. We talked with the group's leader about how they're responding.
This has absolutely devastated people in that area.
Bishop J. Drew Sheard says his team is working behind the scenes to get help to California.
I've been in contact with people out there, and we're trying to see what we can do to assist them.
He says that support is even more dire for people without insurance.
From what I'm
all of a sudden, everybody want to get up and do something now, huh? Everybody grandstanding now, huh?
I'm understanding the insurance companies have canceled their insurance, so they can't get any assistance from insurance company. Those people who have been affected are going to have to rebuild on their own. And that's sad.
Bishop Sheard oversees the Church of God in Christ. It's the largest Pentecostal Christian denomination in the United States. With global reach, the organization has more than 6.5 million members. We talked with one of those members in California this week who lost his church and home.
The only thing that's left of my house is brick and the gate.
The Church of God in Christ, we have an arm called Kojic Charities, and we are poised and positioned to help as many people as we can, finances, supplies, and whatnot. And so we have a team that's out there that is working diligently to try to make sure that we have some assistance.
Bishop Sheard says the church just wants to offer support. At a time of unusual loss and mourning, they're trading beauty for ashes by just showing up and walking it out with them.
Even though there's devastation all around us, we've got to have that inner peace, and that inner peace comes only because you have a relationship with God.
Well. We got the pastors and preachers and popes and presidents. Everybody coming outside now, ain't it? It's so everybody just got some lucky in they pot. Boy. It's just fire in the house, it's fire in the streets, it's fire in the pulpit. I don't know what to tell you, but it ain't stopping, and people gonna throw all their stuff into it. People gonna throw all of their stuff. I just seeing all of these guys now. It's like so evident. It's so evident. So we're seeing the dynamics change tremendously.
Fire at the home of an animal rescuer and educator in Cumberland County. The damage is extensive, as you can see, and now the community is helping raise money and find homes for the animals that survived. New Jersey reporter Ryan Hughes has our coverage tonight.
Right here on the other side of this wall was my snake.
Tori Liebrock sifted through the rubble Friday, trying to salvage anything she could after a fire swept through her home, killing 6 of her beloved animals.
For how bad this was, to only lose half a dozen, I mean, that's half a dozen too many, but it could have been all of them.
Tori runs Tori's Critters, an animal.
Half a dozen. 6, 12, all these numbers. There was numbers in the other videos. I just didn't even mention it. I didn't even catch them to say them. I did know, but I forgot.
Rescue and education service out of her home in the Country Meadows trailer park in Millville. On Wednesday, her husband was in the kitchen when their home.
These trailer parks are catching flamo, straight fuego. The temperatures are frigid, and most of these places don't have. They're poorly built, and there's nothing. Nothing is sustainable. It's all been worn out over the last several years now, and gotten beaten down to a nub to where it's showing the type of quality that you guys wanted. Y'all didn't want top-notch quality. Y'all didn't want it. So lo and behold, you got all these buildings just catching flames. Not listening.
Caught fire.
I just hear an explosion, and it sounded like it was in my yard.
Joe Baranovsky says he grabbed the fire extinguisher after seeing 2 sheds behind the home engulfed in flames, and the fire was spreading quickly.
After a while, I couldn't stay in the bedroom anymore. It overtook me. So I kept coming and grabbing whatever animals I could.
Joe suffered burns while saving his 2 dogs, a cat, and several other animals, but their 74-pound tortoise Quasi, their carpet python Fry, 2 birds, and a gecko did not survive. The couple says investigators told them the fire likely started in the shed, possibly near Joe's e-bikes and lithium batteries.
This is overwhelming in the worst way. But to have so many people coming out, everything I'm wearing was donated.
Most of Tori's animals are now in foster homes, and community members have jumped in, donating clothes, food, and money.
Everybody keeps on telling me not to worry because all the animals we still have, and all I think about is the ones I couldn't get.
And as investigators work to determine exactly what caused this fire, Joe and Tori are now staying at a friend's home until they can find a new place to live. They are also hoping to find their cat Dodger, who's still missing.
Dodger, where are you? Where are you, Dodger? How long are they gonna be able to stay at their house with their stank ass feet, not washing your hands and not cleaning your hair out of the sink? How long is that gonna last? If you ain't got no back outhouse, you got people staying in the house with you, you don't know they living conditions, it's just because they're in a concerning situation, and find out 3 to 7 months, 7 years later, 3 to 7 years later, damn, this person ain't never left. They just make themselves at home, Black folks, you gotta move to their house. They're gonna make sure your ass live uncomfortable to let you know that you ain't supposed to be living here permanently. Your ass is here temporarily. They're like, oh, come on in, Jimmy. You can stay here. You can sleep in the same bed as me and my wife. You're fine. You're fine. She don't mind. She's actually got a crush on. I don't know. You ask her. This is crazy, weird shit. But to see that, how long are these donations going to last? Very good, interesting question. All these clothes are donated. All of this is donated. No, we didn't get anything donated. Nobody's looking out. Nobody's helping us. We're going to storm the Capitol. Yeah, that's what it's got to. That's what you've gotten to. Trying to make sense of all of it. You're going to need to. You're going to have to. Because everywhere it is literally showing the signs very clear. Oh no, why I keep doing that? Yeah. Oh, did it go? No. Oh, it did. My bad. There you go.
Together in their best interests, not politicizing a human tragedy and spreading disinformation from the sidelines. Trump, as you know, has been very critical of Newsom since the fires began and has blamed the governor for the disaster. That does it for us on this busy news week. I'm Elizabeth Vargas. And moments ago, Governor Gavin Newsom invited President-elect Donald Trump to California to survey wildfire damage. He wrote on Twitter, in part, that Californians, quote, deserve to see us work together in their best interests, not politicizing a human tragedy and spreading disinformation from the sidelines.
Well. Everybody wants to work together now. You've seen all the presidents come together. You're finally seeing all of America trying to come together. It take a little icy hot to light a fire under their ass. Wow. People actually want to get up and do something. People want to actually get up and do something. Well. Like I said, you seeing all these fires, and instead of
I want to bring in our Brian Enton, who is in Calabasas, and our Nancy Liu, who is standing by live in Palisades. Brian, first to you with the breaking news. You spoke with the LA Fire Department, who told you that the fire in Calabasas, the Kenneth fire that is just exploding in size tonight, is apparently arson and that they have a suspect. Tell me more details.
Yeah, it is exploding. First of all, it was like 10 acres several hours ago when it started. Now it's up to almost 900 acres. And people evacuated this area. They've now been told they can come back in. They've been working so hard, the firefighters. But in terms of this arson investigation, we were out here, Ashley, and there were so many Los Angeles Police Department detectives out here. And it just didn't make a lot of sense. They were coming in and out. So we went and
he said it correctly. It doesn't make a lot of sense. What? Why would you have every cop in LA all in one location? What? That don't make no sense. That means there's a bank robbery on the other side of the town and ain't nobody over here. What? Yeah. Shit don't make sense.
we talked to the LAPD, and they confirmed to us that they do believe that this fire, the Kenneth fire, was intentionally set. Listen to what the lead officer here told us.
They gonna always give man credit. It's okay. They learn it and find out the hard way. He looked like the Pringles man.
What we know right now is that the incident started here, and about 30 minutes later, a suspect was detained over in Woodland Hills area by citizens.
So someone purposely set the Kenneth fire?
At this time, that's what we believe, yes.
Do you know how or why they did that?
That I don't know.
Is this a crime scene right now?
Yes.
So everything's closed off?
It's being investigated as a crime.
So I can just tell you, since we broke this news, Ashley, people in this area are furious, as you can imagine, and learning that it was actually citizens who apparently took this guy down. We don't know the other details. We know, though, that someone is in custody again, that this is officially a crime scene behind me, which is what LAPD are telling me. And you've got people out here wondering, so they've officially said they believe the Kenneth fire was arson. What about all of these other fires that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 days that destroyed thousands and thousands and thousands of homes? Obviously, too soon to make any.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense, sir. But y'all so quick to sit here and we gotta blame, we gotta put a face to it. They gonna really sit here and try to explain that Speedy Gonzalez ran across the whole southern LA and set all these fires? You guys gotta be kidding me. For real? Y'all tripping?
Any kind of connections, but it's certainly raising a lot of eyebrows that we've now got this confirmation from LAPD that they believe this fire was arson.
So distressing, Brian. I just need to ask, I don't think we have the answer yet, but do we know anything about the suspect? It is a he, I'm assuming, who he is, why he did it, where he's from, is he local, anything at all?
No, we know nothing, and I tried to get more out of that lead officer out here, and he wasn't sharing it, just saying that it was all under investigation. In fact, they've actually pushed us back. We were able to get beyond these gates a little while ago, maybe an hour ago, and they've now got us all the way out here. So we don't know much about the suspect, but again, interesting that it was citizens, it was regular people who apparently saw something and detained him until police could take him into custody.
I just didn't think we were going to be talking about a crime scene tonight. Disaster area, yes, but crime scene, no. I'm just so distressed, along with the residents there, I can imagine. Brian, stand by for one moment. Nancy Liu in Calabasas, you've just been doing some extraordinary reporting as well for the last 60 hours. Can you update me now to the Calabasas situation, or excuse me, to the Palisades situation?
Yeah. In Palisades, the cause of this fire still not known, but people around here certainly wondering too. The devastation from this is immense. Behind me, just some of it. You see a door frame there. Here is another door, and it just makes me think, these are doors now to devastation. It is just blocks and blocks of devastation. And Ashley, we now have some numbers on the destruction. Just the Palisades and the other fire, the fire in Altadena, over 10,000 homes and structures, 5,300 here in Pacific Palisades alone. And you mentioned the death toll of 7 people. We can.
Yep, it is a serious thing, and this is definitely going to impact. It's going to impact everywhere. It's already grabbing and dragging people from all over the country. They about to be driving through some crazy weather, and they're like, "Yeah, we're going to come."
Some wildfire victims are returning to rubble as they move into recovery mode. Many are now seeking a temporary place to call home while they sort out plans to rebuild.
The valley is already home to many Southern California transplants. Fox 5 spoke with Nicholas Irwin, an associate professor of economics at UNLV. He says we may see that number grow in the coming days and weeks.
We might see some short-term impacts of folks who may decide to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas. We already have a very strong connection with Southern California. I mean, any given year, about 70% of our new residents are coming from Southern California. They're coming from a combination of Los Angeles, San Bernardino, and Orange County. So we'll probably see a few more people coming in short term. That means that, we could see, potentially higher occupancy at some of our hotels, but could see some people taking some, short-term, 30-day or more rentals off of places like Airbnb.
Irwin says the valley could also see a competitive rental market year to year, especially for single-family homes.
Yes, it is really wild. So wild that I hear the ambulance. It's crazy outside. I don't know what's going on outside, but yeah, that's what it is, y'all. That's what it is, y'all. People are coming home to catastrophes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's believable now. It used to be unbelievable. Hold on 1 second. What? All right, let's get this right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on outside, but it's getting hot in here. It's getting hot. That's why being still, being calm in the midst of that damn chaos, boy. Whew, it'll get you. I know. Okay, I know why I'm not getting no.
I don't know how we're gonna come back from this. I don't even know where to start.
It's apocalyptic. It's like someone's dropped a bomb. There's cars burnt out. There's ash everywhere.
Pacific Palisades, right now, could just be taken off the map.
It's all gone. I don't know how we're gonna come back from this. I
Don't know how you're gonna come back from this. People are shattered, completely disjointed, far-fetched, just perplexing. Okay, what you miss? There's been 111 earthquakes in Ethiopia. There's earthquake activity all the way from San Francisco all the way down to San Andreas Fault down in San Bernardino County. There is not going to be a drop of water, no rain in the forecast for several days over California, and the winds are picking up extremely higher. There is a high pressure over the West Coast and there's a low pressure over the East Coast that are bumping against each other like a tug of war. And there's an X marks the spot as far as the low pressure and the blizzard vortex. The wind flow of it is crossing over as an X, and so that's what it's playing itself out to be right now. I showcased a lot of the different videos of the fire so far. I'm getting to the end of those right now, so it doesn't keep going on because it's a lot more to get to. So that's what I want to get to, and then it's just many of the situations around the world are showing that posturing, and so it's it is no joke. It is literally no joke. So we definitely are seeing a completely new thing. Shalom, beloved. Trying to get, I don't know how you're not in on here. I didn't even know you popped up. No, they can't handle the truth. No, they can't handle the truth. Oh, and I was eating walnuts. Walnuts. They're very hearty in, I guess, vitamins, minerals, protein, whatever. Keeps the show good. Keeps me going, locked in, focused. So If anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome. So, no matter of fact, I keep forgetting to put that up there. But like I said, I have family and friends who lost everything as well. People that I used to work with in the industry and stuff like that. And it is now, the disasters are tremendous. People don't know what to do right now. Like, people literally don't know what to do. Like, people have had to displace themselves everywhere. Mm, Uh, Literally nothing left right now. Having to make these situations and move. Like, people are emotionally jacked up. They can't sleep. You can't sleep because now you have to completely hit the reset button and figure out your damn life from that point. So you got people who are completely like over their rocker at this point. And even with all of these events going on, it's still changing people. It's turning people into the things that they never thought that they would have to become, but now they're becoming that. It's yeah.
And of course, so much has been lost as wildfires scorched Southern California. But among the tragic destruction, there are glimmers of hope and heroism.
Our Dylan Thomas reports how an impactful image is inspiring an outpouring of support.
At the Whittier Dog Club, though they may be far from the flames, one of their guests has been at the center of the Eaton fire.
But if it wasn't for us to come and rescue him, who knows what would have happened.
At the height of the fire on Tuesday, Chris Abkarian got a call saying this pup, Max, was surrounded by flames.
I didn't hesitate. I just went right towards him.
Home by home, the Eaton fire was raging toward Max.
I played this, and it's not necessarily something that I'm gonna really chew on. I'm not even gonna go through this whole video, but I'm showing this is because they're trying to like market out of this or brand or commercialize this, sensationalize it to where they can, like, dude, these people have, this is a news station's sweepstakes. These are the sweepstakes. You see what I'm saying? The person who's going to get the hot topic, the hot subject, the hot, interview, action scene, the first best shot. And so that's what people are turning into right now, where everybody's rushing and get they face seen. But at the same time, this ain't no time for a lot of folks. This shit just became real life for a lot of folks. It became a real life for a lot of folks. But I show that is because, you gotta think of the children. You gotta think of the children and the puppies. Like, just the manipulation we try to into coercion, the manipulation into that coercion. Like I said, people have lost everything. So it's damn near going to be any and everything going on now to kind of heighten these situations. And it's not just in America. It's not just in America. You got a lot of people. It's a lot of fires that's just everywhere. They're just displacing everybody. Literally displacing everybody. So, man.
8 people and 7 pets are without a place to live after a fire on Dale Street. Take a look at the scene from when our Western Mass news crews arrived on scene around 5:30. And you can see several fire trucks and first responders. No injuries were reported. However, 8 people, 5 cats and 2 dogs have been displaced and are now being assisted by the Red Cross. The cause of the fire is now under investigation of the Springfield Arson and Bomb Squad. Many Westfield residents left with damage to their cars after screws were found laying across multiple roads in the city.
That's what made me keep this piece, because of that. It's like multiple residents found with nails, and like, How much shit is people like having to go through? Like you're driving 60 to 80 miles an hour and you get a flat tire, or all four of your tires go flat because you got screws all in the street. And there are people who do that stuff. And you're driving that fast and you're losing control in the snow. That's crazy if they're in the snow. You don't even see them. And it's not like you can just sit there and veer out of nowhere and like, you know, do a maneuver to get around and stuff. The moment you hit that one quick maneuver, skirt, you sliding. I know, because I've driven in the snow in Indiana. But to see that it's that easy to get displaced. It's easy to catch a headache. That's what people are catching now. People are getting unnecessary headaches now because they literally have to figure all of this stuff out and then come out of pocket. And then coming out of pockets is expensive, and then you're having to go work and do a job that you're not making enough, and then the world is speeding up faster and faster and faster. Toward now you're looking at yourself like, damn, I'm overwhelmed. I can't keep up. These are the narratives that are placing up right now. Is that all of that slothfulness is catching up to you now? All of that slothfulness is catching up to you now. So yeah, you got stuff on every level.
CBS's Erica Brown has more on today's Supreme Court's arguments.
At the U.S. Supreme Court, justices heard from lawyers representing TikTok, arguing a ban on the wildly popular social media app would violate the First Amendment rights of users. About half of the
bottom line, Your Honor, is this case ultimately boils down to speech. And my friends on the other side, when you cut through everything else, are ultimately worried that the ideas that appear on the TikTok platform could in the future somehow manipulate Americans.
But Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelager, representing the Biden administration, argued TikTok's China-based parent company, ByteDance, could weaponize data on the platform.
TikTok collects unprecedented amounts of personal data. And as Justice Sotomayor noted, it's not just about the 170 million American users, but also about their non-user contacts who might not even be engaging with the platform.
In their questioning, justices seem inclined to uphold the ban. Lawmakers passed with bipartisan support last April.
Congress is fine with the expression. They're not fine with a foreign adversary, as they've determined it is.
These courts are going to fall. They're completely out of touch, and they're doing stuff. Like, this is all of this is designed. They all work together. You just seen all of these people that you just seen all of these little like political rap battles. You know what I'm saying? Everybody shaking hands and kissing babies and all type of stuff. Just went at each other's throat. It's interesting.
Gathering all this information about the 170 million people who use TikTok.
All it's doing is saying ByteDance has to divest, and then TikTok can go about its business, use whatever algorithm it wants.
ByteDance could sell to halt the ban. A privately funded group, including Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary, announced it wants to purchase TikTok, but ByteDance has said it will not sell. If the ban goes into effect, TikTok would disappear from mobile app stores. For users who already have the app, they can access it, but new posts and updates will be unavailable, and the app will eventually go dark.
I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok because I won youth by 34 points.
In a legal filing last month, President-elect Donald Trump asked the Supreme Court to pause the ban until he takes office and he can negotiate a resolution. Erica Brown, CBS.
So everybody posturing up and trying to be and take control and saying, I'm in control. I'm in control. That's what everybody's doing right now. TikTok just put me on suspension. So yeah, you can't say what you want to say on there. I'm able to say what I want to say right here. Well, all of a sudden, what seems to be the issue? Something doesn't smell right. It smells real funny. It smells real funny. And so, yeah, you got all these situations posturing up right now. And all of these old heads is just messing up so much stuff right now. Like, they literally are finding themselves being exposed. And it's just, some people just don't want to, step out the game.
Former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi had a successful hip surgery today in Germany after getting hurt. According to a spokesperson, the former House Speaker first sustained her injury during a congressional trip to Luxembourg yesterday. She was admitted to the hospital after the injury for evaluation. No additional details were provided on how Pelosi got hurt.
Man, this lady like Corella DeVille, she still like it's what I look at this as is like using her as like a queen bee, like a money source. You see these people of influence, and you see like their minions and under them that work and kiss their ass and yes man, yes women. And you got to understand, there's a lot of people that are really freaking hard to deal with. Dysfunctional, disruptive, just really just hard to work with. I'm trying to think of the other word, but it dysfunctional. Yeah. And to see like these OG get away with all of what they were getting away with no remorse, period. And so, yeah, you're seeing the people that are on this side of the fence, they're going to really, like, they're not going to be able to get away with it when they're on their way out. Like, people are being shown that go to jail, don't collect $200. And the jail is hell. And that's just one of them. You got Giuliani, I got him too. But you got a lot of people having to withdraw. You're having to withdraw because these companies and corporations had inside trading. These people was setting up things and sabotaging, and now a lot of these companies is getting sued. You see a lot of police officers who were doing, horrible crime, running rings and stuff like that, setting people up. Now these people get in trouble. People get in trouble, y'all.
All right, Patrick, we're tracking major developments in the 2019 TPC explosion legal battle. The TPC group has withdrawn from a plea agreement in a federal criminal case. Now the news comes after the judge ordered an additional $292 million in restitution. 20's reporter Clayton Rose is here to break it all down.
In court today, Ebony, U.S. District Judge Michael Troncalli said TPC's prior payments weren't considered restitution. That's why he ordered the company to pay more.
A court found that these people in the community are victims and that they suffered harm and great harm because of the criminal conduct of TPC.
Attorneys who represent more than 2,000 victims are feeling victorious after the TPC group withdrew from a plea agreement. They argued the original deal didn't provide enough compensation.
Voluntary payments that TPC made are about $212 million. Most of that was insurance money that was paid to other victims, not these victims.
The plea deal also included an $18 million fine, 1 to 5 years of probation, and a felony conviction for TPC. The 2019 explosion and subsequent fire injured 5 people, forced thousands of evacuations, and caused widespread damage.
Blew doors off the hinges, blew windows, double storm pane windows, cracked the slab.
Attorney Ryan Gertz, who's representing the TPC group, previously told 12 News that if the judge didn't allow the plea agreement, they would withdraw from the agreement and see if the company got indicted. Gertz responded to Friday's hearing, writing in part that the TPC Group disagrees with the court's actions today in its characterization of the company's response to the November 2019 incident.
I am absolutely confident that any jury that sees that evidence and reads those emails and understands the lack of concern that both TPC and NALCO showed to this situation, a jury will convict for this crime.
After rejecting the plea deal, TPC could face a federal grand jury. From there, both parties may find themselves back in court or in another plea agreement. The judge noted that a trial could result in additional victims and even higher restitution amounts. Live in studio, Clay.
Ooh-wee. It is on fire, boy. So you got to understand that, for one, a lot of these different industries have been just getting derailed. You've been seeing planes falling down in the buildings. You've been seeing warehouses that are catching on fire. It's just like the most strangest of events that have turned around and turned the world upside down. Like you can't, you just can't look past that. Things are blowing up or exploding or catching fire, and people don't have no concrete answers. They ended up outside. After all of that, you get paid, that's your restitution for these people doing all of this. There's many companies out there that buy up these small little cities and they become corporation cities, and it's like the people, because they work there and have, they're giving the illusion that they have the strongest weight of job security. Yes, but at what risk and expense? And so what happens is that you got the hush money, you got the lawyers, you have the ability to mask and fail and clean up your act, dirty acts. But lo and behold, when things start falling apart at a magnificent rate and at the highest of velocity, they don't know what they're doing. And that are confused and are running around having to figure out, and all of the money is gone. When you're constantly messing, when you're having these particular type of catastrophes happen, they're exponentially humongous. All these companies are taking hits right now. And so having to figure out that you guys blew up these people's stuff. Now you're forcing people having to move out. Now you got other people who are displaced that they don't know that this has happened over there. And they moving into this neighborhood. You see what I'm saying? So it's a game of American musical chairs. What happened? No, gotta go back up.
Apartment complex in South New Jersey are scrambling right now after recently learning the property is being sold. The apartments are located off Clements Bridge Road in Barrington, Camden County. Officials say closing is expected next month and rent could skyrocket. New Jersey reporter Ryan Hughes spoke with tenants who now fear they'll have no place to live.
My anxiety level is out the roof.
For the past 5.5 years, Joanne Orth and her emotional support dog Gigi have called Barrington Mews home. But now the 78-year-old who requires oxygen for heart and lung disease is struggling to find a new place to live after she learned her apartment building is up for sale.
I've called like 35, 40 places, put applications in. No one has any openings.
Orth is not alone. 84-year-old Judy Froelich has lived here for 22 years.
I don't even have money, I don't think, to move. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Barrington Mews is a 284-unit affordable apartment complex for seniors and disabled tenants. The owner declined an on-camera interview, but told CBS News Philadelphia the property near Clements Bridge Road is being sold to a developer. He says a 30-year agreement with the state of New Jersey to keep the property affordable expires next month, and rents will be adjusted to the current market under new ownership.
Is that affordable for you?
No.
According to Barrington Mayor Kyle Hansen, rents could rise 50 to 70%. Hansen says he's not against the sale itself, but the proposed plan by the potential buyer. So he sent them this letter stating the borough plans to enforce a current deed restriction on the property.
That restriction has language that states that the property and the units can only be rented to seniors and disabled folks. So we're hoping that that helps.
But the mayor says there is no requirement that the units be affordable. The current owner tells us his staff is working to find alternate housing for tenants. And we reached out to the potential buyer but have not heard back. The mayor says a resource fair has been scheduled for next Wednesday at the local VFW from noon to 5 p.m. to answer questions and to give tenants different options.
Ooh, the old ladies is getting it bad right now. Ooh, they're just getting it bad right now. I got more. I ain't done. Having to tie all these things together. They smell.
A grandmother who was pinned under her own car. Tonight, we're hearing from that 73-year-old woman's family. They are deeply grateful to those Good Samaritans. WBZ's Beth Germano has the story, all new at 6.
She's a very strong woman with a very strong faith.
And her daughter says that's what got 73-year-old Zoa Mendez through this harrowing ordeal.
Oh my God.
Video showing Good Samaritans rushing to the scene on Bennington Street in Lawrence when Mendez fell beneath her car. Neighbors hearing her screams lifted the vehicle and freed her, and she was rushed to the hospital.
So incredibly brave. They responded so quickly, and we just thank them. We're so lucky that they were, happened to be at the right place at the right time.
Zoa Rosario now manages the flower shop her mother has owned for nearly 30 years on Broadway in Lawrence. But the retired Zoa Mendez still loves making flower deliveries herself, which is what she was doing on Thursday when police say she accidentally left the car in drive. It rolled back on her leg and trapped her. Her daughter is stunned by the video.
It was difficult to watch, and it was just shocking. And I just thank God that there were people around to help her.
Who wouldn't do that, It's just first instinct, the first thing you think about.
They are.
Not all skin folk is kinfolk. Even when the jester is noble, it's the stuff we do. We've been doing that. But you are starting to see that no matter how much of your good deeds that you do, you're finding yourself still falling up short. And the consistency of that falling up short is going to start creating psychologically a defeated spirit. And that's what is being done right now, is that people are being knocked down to a very shocking, traumatic, defeated spirit right now. Like the most random of things are happening in people's lives as they are. Like random rent hikes, things running people over. It's like...
The new year bringing big rent hikes for hundreds of Bridgeport residents. But as our Frank Breccia tells us tonight, local, state, and federal lawmakers are pushing back.
This is so worrisome for me every day because you don't know what they're going to do.
Residents who asked not to be identified here at 340 and 360 Palisade Avenue on the Upper East Side of Bridgeport
Your mind is on overload.
say the complex was just bought by an out-of-state landlord who's raising their rents dramatically.
My dad is on a fixed income. I work check to check.
In a few cases, they say, doubling their rents.
It's heavy on my heart every day.
I think it's outrageous. My rent was $950 and now my rent is $1,400. I cannot afford that.
Very difficult situation.
Mayor Joe Ganna meeting with residents here, urging them to file with the Bridgeport Fair Rent Commission, which can step in for the purpose of regulating and eliminating excessive rents.
It's an exaggerated increase and one that I'm sure the Fair Rent Commission is going to push back on, as I am and our U.S. Senator Dick Blumenthal is.
I'm going to give a very hard look at these rent increases, which seemingly are exorbitant.
Blumenthal saying at least one resident is receiving federally funded Section 8.
The word that comes to my mind is gentrification.
Councilwoman Jasmarie Melendez says the hikes place an unfair burden on renters.
Especially now.
Wow, did y'all hear that? Am I tripping? Did anybody else hear that? I mean, I know I'm not tripping, right? I know I'm not tripping. Did she just say it's gentrification? I wonder, how would you know about that? What would classify and signify you as? The ordained person, sounds self-proclaimed, but who deemed you the ordained person to be able to speak on this matter of that being the explanation or the excuse? I highly doubt that it would be in the case of gentrification in your case. You know, you've been able to pay that particular amount of rent for quite some time. You've been able to be in a blessing. You enjoyed it. So you're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I got to pay this high ass rent. How do you think Black folks felt? Y'all used to target us and charge us out of the market to where people had to figure it out. People had to live together. People had to live on their mama's couch. It's unfortunate because brothers didn't want to have to struggle. Sisters didn't want to have to raise their kids by themselves. Being on Section 8, food stamps, deplorable conditions. Building management never came and fixed a thing in any of these communities, any of these buildings. So when you got your own people coming in and doing these atrocities to you, now you want to kind of try to act like you can, that your circumstances is something that you identify on this behalf. I reckon not. That is not the case. Everywhere around the country everyone's being displaced. It's literally the American shuffle. That's what I'm trying to showcase and convey, is that even if they move, there's nowhere else for you to go. Most of the places are double occupied, small, deplorable, situations, and cost a lot. And then you got places that are catching fire or are poorly built and depleted, falling apart, excuse me. So even the buildings that would have actually been open and accommodating for you in the time that you need it, since you're saying that, you're getting kicked out, you're not getting gentrified. There's nothing about you and your history and who you are that can make me or any other brother and sister out here believe that you connect organically to the struggle. There's no universal nigga passes, unfortunately. So you just can't be using all of these terminologies. That's weird. It's weird that you guys are copying our words, copying our culture, watching our videos. Now you're seeing white girls, Iggy Azalea style, dancing and calling themselves the trap stars now. That's what it is. Come in, cosplay the negative side of Black culture, something that was forced for us to abide by or feel delighted and appeased by, that it made us feel whole, and still trying to even make ends meet. Even in the midst of this, we dealt with the landlords, the property management that would come into our communities, redline things, wouldn't allow you to build your buildings. People had houses, why they couldn't have the buildings, like, oh, y'all trying to open up the doors now for people to do. Oh, we need to be able to build other establishments on family lots. Oh, now you got to kick. Now you're kicking the can down the curb. Now you're dangling the carrot a little bit farther, teasing. Because definitely throughout Inglewood and all these other places where it's predominantly Black homeowners, then like in that particular region, you've seen the decline of people being able to get permits or be able to build their buildings and stuff like that. So yes, I've seen how they started deteriorating. And it was unfortunate because it was a lot of those folks was old Black people, man, 89 years old, man, ain't leaving nothing, ain't left nothing for the community, just sold it off. Or they didn't have any family or friends in the banks, and them came in and got these properties, y'all. So for this to be over in Connecticut, one of the more predominantly not diversified, but yet diversified places, to where people are making it seem as if the struggles are identifiable. They're in agreement like that. No. This is what is happening to every one of your communities around the whole country. And there's plenty of property, but y'all don't want them. Y'all don't want to fix them up. Y'all don't want to move in. Y'all don't want to move into none of these bucktooth towns. They got plenty of places out there in these bucktooth towns. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all want to live in y'all want to keep it with the Joneses. That's your issue. You talking about, no, 9, they're going up to that. No, you can easily find something even cheaper than the 9. It's just really what your taste and your tolerances and your, ooh, you want to live with some shit. Oh man. Or you want to invest in yourself, invest in your family, and have something better than that. Because now you're seeing your people are attacking your own, like, heavily right now. And then you ending up outside. And then what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You're gonna be outside and you're gonna be doing wild, crazy crimes. You're gonna be mad at the world because you feel like they all owe you something. So run that back. Man, we got some stuff. Whew.
First time in my life.
Residents at the Mary Pilgrim Inn off of Aurora Avenue are reflecting over a Christmas dinner they'll never forget. According to the health department, a salmonella outbreak occurred at the homeless shelter, stemming from food served during 2 dinners on Christmas Day, or from leftovers served the next day.
No.
I brought this up because it's really self-explanatory. This is going on across the whole country. And you seeing these folks getting sick really bad. Really bad. Hearing all the influencers getting sick. Influencers getting pimples and bumps on their face. Snot. Tissue all on their nose while they lie. There's a lot of people outside, homeless, it's cold. They don't have the resources like they did before. Nobody's there to help. And I've met too many people. I've met too many folks who are dirty, nasty, hygiene. Don't wash their hands. Don't wash their hands. And don't wash their hands. Even after a fucking raw shit in the bathroom, public bathroom at that too. I've seen many white men take a nice fucking dump and then walk right out of the bathroom without putting any soap on them hands. So with all of what my eyes have seen, am I going to let that shit off the hook? Hell no. Because that's a real true life fucking story. And you're seeing people that are really outside, homeless, have no resources, having to rely on things. You're around people who you don't know if they clean or not, and all of these different things. You don't know if the food is good, and all these different shelters that people are having to resort to and conform to. These fires have displaced people to where now they had to set up makeshift places to house all of the people. This is no different from around the country.
It lasted 6 days straight. Uncontrollable vomiting, diarrhea.
Since I got sick, I won't eat their food.
Public health.
And there's just a pride just standing up like it's, like it's the food's fault. No, y'all some stank asses that, congregate and people don't wash their hands. They don't cover their mouth. This stuff happens. I've seen it. So yes, you got people all day, every day in there cooking. How many times you going somewhere? I pay attention to them when I eat at these restaurants and stuff like that. You got people who forget to put food gloves on. What are you talking about?
Staff visited Mary Pilgrim Inn on December 31st to learn about the food preparation for the dinner and provide suggestions to improve food safety.
The shelter has the same legal responsibilities and liabilities that a restaurant would have. You got to use good hand washing techniques. You got to cook poultry thoroughly. You got to watch out for cross-contamination.
He said extreme vomiting and extreme diarrhea. I don't know about y'all, but that's extreme. And that's some real shit. That's some real loose fast coming out. But yeah, people are at their rock bottom. And then even the ones that are on their way to their rock bottom, like the rock bottom that they hitting is like the kind that is like astronomically historical now. Seeing family members going to jail for their sons doing mass shootings and stuff. This is
former
crazy
Dallas
too.
police officer Amber Geiger has been ordered to pay more than $98 million for the death.
Hold up, y'all, before I'm gonna go back to this video. I'm gonna keep it there, but Yo, let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100 real quick. This might be a little funny. You in the courtroom, and the judge say, now mind that you're a cop, you're making, let's just say $50,000. And the judge say, nigga, you owe $98 million. Nigga, what? Oh, Elizabeth, I'm coming home. Like, nigga, you know how long it's gonna take to pay off $98 million on my $50,000? I ain't gonna have no organs. Oh, damn. She gonna have $100 million. She gonna have a $98 million booty hole because she gonna have to work them hours off and do something. Damn, judge just look at you and say, hey, you owe $98 million. Hey, lawyer, you're fired. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't soften no blow. Matter of fact, you put the poison on the dart that the damn judge shot me with. You know what I'm saying? So, he just come out and say, 98 million. Damn. That's crazy.
Of Botham Jean. That's the verdict in the civil trials Jean's family filed. More than 6 years ago, Geiger shot and killed Jean after mistakenly going into his apartment after getting off work. She was convicted in criminal court, currently serving a 10-year prison sentence. Geiger did not attend the civil trial, and she did not have legal representation for it.
That is the face. That is the face of the new America. That is the face, y'all, of the new America. If you do not believe it and you do not see it, you don't want to take it in. This is where you take it in. Because she got 10 years. That's Michael. And then she got $100 million to pay. She had 10 years off her life to be able to even try to make up that $100 million, that $98 million. How you gonna do it, y'all? How you gonna do it? These cops, all of the service people, you can't get past any of these folks starting to come up short in many of these professions now. You're coming up short.
We are starting 10 TV News at noon with breaking news. Within the last 20 minutes, a judge sentenced former Columbus police officer Joel Mefford to 4 years in prison. Mefford is one of 2 officers accused of stealing cocaine and giving it to others. In addition to the 50-month sentence, Mefford will have 5 years of supervised release. The other officer, John Castillo, was sentenced to 46 months in prison back in December.
All of your professionals, like who's going to fill these spots up? Like where's the influx coming of people that are
home and got sick. Emergency crews were called just before midnight to a house on Templin Road. This is in Glenmore for a report of a fall. Well, when those EMS workers, they were released from the hospital early this morning. We just heard from county leaders. They say no unusual readings were found inside of that home. State police, though, are now investigating. And breaking news out of Chester County, where 5 people, including 4 EMS workers, they were rushed to the hospital after they were exposed to a strange odor inside of a home and got sick.
That's what's holding. You're seeing so many different chemicals and gases and fogs, and things are taking people out in a major way. Like, that's just not the only one. There's a lot going on, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all something, man. I'm just trying to paint a picture. I'm just trying to paint a picture.
Learned his fate today. Former Columbus police officer Joel Mefford was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Now, Mefford pleaded guilty to 3 counts of cocaine possession with intent to distribute and 1 count of money laundering.
Yeah, 10 TV's Lacey Crisp has been following this story for us and was in federal court today for that sentencing. And she joins us live this evening. Lacey, what all happened today?
Well, it was a packed courtroom filled with Mefford's friends and family and CPD command staff members. Now, his voice shook as he said he was sorry. Cameras are not allowed in the federal courthouse. The federal judge, Edmund Sargis, told Mefford his sole job was to keep drugs off the streets, but he put kilos of cocaine on the street. Mefford pled guilty to his role in stealing about 20 kilos of cocaine on 3 different occasions from the Columbus Police property room.
This individual left the union the day he was arrested, and I think that's not enough time. It's not.
I love the emphasis. I loved how just that's not enough time. That's not enough time. We need to give. It's like that. It's like they don't see us. It's like we're invisible. It's like they now see the enemy in the mirror. You know? Am I tripping? Please let me know if I'm saying this stuff wrong. Am I right? Am I reading the tea leaves? But this is just not one department. This is across everywhere. I'm just trying to paint the picture. These are people that are professional, that we hold in high stature, that have been ordained by our government and society that they are the most upstanding and most reasonable when it comes to law and order. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Now they seeing that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And it's like they're taking that example and they are Usain Bolt sprinting with it now. They are on cheetah alert. They are on Cheetos. They are fired Cheetos right now. But they are willing to hold each other in they're holding each other's integrity now. So now the chipping away of the blue badge. This is what I'm showing you, is that the chipping away of the blue badge. Because you're going to have people who are going to tell. You're going to have a lot of people who are not going to want to go down. As much as all that stuff, people were just trying to be like, oh, I'm a badass. I ain't going to do nothing. I don't rat. I don't do all this stuff. You're going to have a lot of whistling. Because people are not going to want to go and be locked up with the same criminals that they just body slammed, choked, punched, planted evidence on, and ruined their damn lives. You about to throw a baby quail in a cage with hyenas, hungry hyenas. Let's see how long that's going to last.
Not even so much that he stole the drugs and the money, that is inexcusable, and then turned and sold that garbage back on our streets. He is not a member of the FOP. He tarnished his badge.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Peter.
Exactly. They are looking to uphold all of their laws because now they realize that it has been exhausting, and it is not proven as fruitful and nutritional. Looking at it now in comparison to many years ago, it started losing its potency on Black folks, especially after the George Floyd, you know. And like he's saying now, like you be, it's almost like Baby Boy. Are you guns and butter? Or are you a buyer or a seller? And that's where these switches are happening with people, that the circumstances that they can't happen. It's a lot of trauma. They typically they're the buyer, and when the buyer is desperate, they become the seller by stealing away from whatever source that they can parasitically leech off of. And now that you're seeing that they're breaking the bro codes, like I said, they're gonna find out who he is. It's only gonna be so much that the cops are gonna want to have his back, even at the end of the day, because you're gonna have cops that are gonna be by the letter of the law, gonna treat you like a criminal. So if he's looking at he ain't got no protection, he's gonna want to escape, because he know that it's gonna be a hit on his head. Every day.
Glenn Applegate said Mefford helped plan that theft, including researching who was working to find a favorable property clerk and receiving $100,000 for his part. Mefford is the fourth officer to be sentenced as a part of the investigation into the division's narcotics unit. The other three, Marco Marino, pleaded guilty to drug trafficking charges and was sentenced in 2023 to 9 years in prison. John Kaczkowski pleaded guilty in 2022 to conspiracy to traffic cocaine and fentanyl. He received a sentence of 5 years and 5 months in federal prison. John Castillo pleaded guilty in June to possession with intent to distribute 5 kilograms or more of cocaine. In December, he received a sentence of 46 months or 3 years and 10 months in federal prison. Mefford stood in front of the judge with his voice shaking, saying he was sorry for his actions, sorry to CPD and his coworkers for tarnishing their names, and sorry to his wife and their daughter.
As a human being, as a man of God, I forgive him. As a police officer, I cannot forgive him. I cannot forgive him for stealing drug money, for stealing drugs, and for putting that garbage back on our streets.
Ooh. 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 He talking to him like he was talking to some, like he was talking to some brothers. The emphatic emphasis. The emphatic emphasis. He was digging his teeth up into that doggy bone there. I heard the owners of the prisons are complaining they don't have enough inmates in some prisons. You got to put some bodies in there in that industrial complex. Those prisons are on the stock market too, and they have shareholders as well. And when you got Biden releasing almost 8,000 to 9,000 people, And then when I look at it like chum. All you're doing is throwing people back out there to bait more new. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no different from anything. Like I look at it like fishing. I don't know, just like a lot of systems is like built so basic that you can put it down in that perspective. Like, yeah. But yeah, you're seeing a lot of the professionals having to live. The professionals are making horrible decisions now. Yeah, like you got cops making really horrible decisions. I got a bunch of stuff.
Houston police have fired an officer who was previously for using excessive force as a Harris County detention officer.
Jeremy Rogowski has this brand new development in his ongoing investigation into inmates struck inside the Harris County Jail. Jeremy.
Well, Mia and Len, HPD has been investigating whether Officer Devin Ortiz was truthful on his job application about this. Take a look. This is Ortiz caught on camera as a Harris County detention officer punching a handcuffed inmate back in October 23. In another case, he's seen on jail.
He professionally swung the shit out of him awesomely.
Video slamming an incarcerated woman on the concrete floor.
My bad, that was a woman. Oh my goodness.
The Harris County Sheriff's Office told us Ortiz resigned back in April, and shortly thereafter, he entered the Houston Police Academy and graduated back in November. We asked HPD about his prior behavior about a month ago. That's when the department launched an internal investigation, and now that has resulted in Ortiz's termination.
Some people really do have a complex, but you're seeing the professionals. You are seeing the professionals act out.
The former executive
The double
director of
lies.
an addiction recovery nonprofit sentenced after being accused of embezzling nearly $200,000. Rena K. Thompson pleaded guilty to theft and money laundering. She was sentenced to 90 days home detention and 6 months probation. Thompson ran the Ording Valley Recovery Cafe, which has since closed. In all, she was discovered to have misused some $190,000 of the organization's money. Court records show that she used the money for trips, Amazon purchases, and took out business loans in the cafe's name.
Ooh, she was a hungry hippo. She was getting away with it. You're seeing the double lives happening and the envy out of their own people, because they're like, oh my goodness, I'm over here struggling and she's over here cheating and she's doing all of this. Oh no, I'm gonna go tell Becky, I'm gonna go write a letter. Oh my God, no. So yeah, it ain't all that sugar over there ain't that damn sweet. You got a lot of them that don't like each other now because they showing themselves that they got away with so much under the table, over the counter, blue collar and white collar crime. So much. Then now you have people who are still they're still at the blackjack table and they're like, hit me again, and they got a 20. It's like you're doubling down you're doubling down oblivious to the fact that your luck is ran out. So, hold on, let me see. Oh yes. Oh, there's so much going on, y'all. It is. Whew.
Investigation into how an unarmed bystander was shot and killed by Glendale police continues. 12 News journalist Jade Cunningham reached out to city leaders to see what they have to say.
And I happened to have drive past it, and it looked a little bit scary.
There's sadness and confusion as a community tries to understand how the wrong man was shot and killed by Glendale police.
To hear that an innocent bystander was just shot and killed for simply hanging around at a park, it makes me feel unsafe.
Hector Aramillo is part of the Glendale.
What? How you feel unsafe? How you feel unsafe? Y'all all feel unsafe now? How y'all can you add so we can talk? That's the link that I posted up just prior to that. Let me see. That's the link. So yeah. I don't know if you see it, but that's the link. But
Elementary School District, but is not speaking on its behalf. He instead chose to speak out as a concerned community leader and father.
To hear this, I really worry about my community.
Wednesday around 7 p.m., a woman called Glendale police.
why are you worried about your community? Glendale is not majority African American. It's not.
Police after she says her ex-boyfriend threatened her with a gun. When officers arrived, authorities say the woman described the man in his truck, which they found at Horizon Park. Officers, investigators say, approached the truck but couldn't see inside because of its tinted windows. And that's when authorities say their attention was drawn to a person sitting at a nearby gazebo. They gave the man commands, but say he didn't comply, instead moving his hand towards his waistband. That's when an officer shot him and he died. But it was the wrong guy. The ex-boyfriend was later found in the truck with a self-inflicted gunshot.
This is something preventable that should have never happened, something that we really need to look at and make sure that who the officers involved are held accountable.
The man shot and killed by police was identified by family as 46-year-old Dylan Seebeck. 12 News reached out to Glendale City Council members and mayor for comment. They either ignored or denied our request. Senator-elect Annalise Ortiz releasing a statement calling for...
Ooh, they is getting that new nigga treatment, ain't they? You ain't getting no calls, you ain't getting no emails, and they're like, you damn sure ain't getting no check. Like, you ain't finna come and call me.
For full transparency in the investigation, that body cam footage should be released to the public, as well as a detailed explanation of what's next in the officer's disciplinary process. I spoke with Dylan's brother who lives out of state. He says he is at a complete loss and doesn't understand how something like this could even happen. Peoria police, again, taking over this case. They say the investigation is still ongoing.
Look at here, homie. You know exactly how that shit happens. For the simple fact that these cops are fidgety and they're going to do what is necessary to detain a circumstance, a situation that they deem could be hostile. If you're reaching inside of a bag, inside of your pocket, you're reaching into anything. You're literally warranting that something happened to you. Because the cop is going to shoot you just from that, even that slip, just even for that slight motion. That slight motion, people, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get hit by not the cop that's calm and try to tell you to stop doing it. You're going to get shot by the one that's on the side that don't give a damn. He's going to shoot you because you moved in the first place. No telling if you saw the gun or not. Even with the guy who ran through New Orleans, that footage that I've been looking at, I'm like, I don't see, y'all footage of this is worse than the footage of Bigfoot. That's how bad that footage was. I'm like, he didn't even look like he had nothing. You can't even see nothing. And even when they showed it, it was in dead slow motion and it was grainy, pixelated. There was no telling what it was. And when they show it in fast motion, it's like, oh, hell no. You can't even, it's not even enough time to even properly process if that was anything. But they're going to say that, oh, he had a gun, just to justifying like case closed the circumstance so people can move on and not have to worry about, the grieving. They can start worrying about their grieving process, But then again, that could be a situation where it's another wrong guy or another wrong decision made. And so these people are being extra scrutinized on every profession.
A Bridgeport police officer is arrested again for harassment. Early last year, he was first arrested for that and stalking. Derby police took Danny Soto into custody on New Year's Day. The 48-year-old is already on unpaid leave from the Bridgeport police force due to his arrest in 2024. Soto is scheduled to appear in court January 27th.
Yep, you got a lot of these folks who ain't ever dealt with what they dealing with. They never dealt with what they dealing with. So you definitely got some issues in the police.
Breaking news just coming into the Local 5 newsroom. Des Moines police have identified the officers and the suspect who was shot and killed by police last Thursday. Senior police officers Nick.
I didn't know they had brothers in Iowa. I'm talking about a good, healthy, hearty soul brother out there. I bet you he got one of them big old white girls though. She got one of them big old rap strapless. Then one of them big old y'alls, baby. He get his some, yeah.
Nicholas Rood and Brian Stern are now on administrative assignment. You see their pictures right here, and that is the typical protocol for the department. Rood has been with the department for 2 years. Stern has been there for 5 years. DMPD says officers Rood and Stern were called to a home on Meadow Court on January 2nd, trying to find the suspect, 32-year-old Sharquan Milik Hargrove, who had active felony warrants. Today, police say that body cam footage shows Hargrave shooting at officers Rood and Stern, who then returned fire. Hargrove died there at the scene. Right now, this incident.
That's how bad it's going. Too much panic, frantic.
Dozens of gang members in the Valley are behind bars in the new year. We just learned from the FBI there have been 45 arrests with gang ties in 2024.
We also learned the agency is looking for your help to make
9.
even more arrests. Fox's Sean Dowling heard from an assistant special agent with the FBI about what you need to be on the lookout for.
It all started with a recent social media post asking the public's help in reporting gangs. But we're told they're getting harder to spot in the Valley amid a rise in gang activity.
So you may have somebody right down the street that is tied to a gang, and you may never even know. Back in the 90s, gangs were very obvious. It was similar to what you would see on TV. You would have people staying on street corners wearing certain colors.
Assistant Special Agent in Charge Jeremy Schwartz with the FBI in Las Vegas says that's all changed now. He says these criminals.
Yeah, it changed. I bet it changed, Jeremy. I bet you it changed, Jeremy. Yeah. You fucking doofus McBeardnut. You racially just profiled every black person. Like, no, they used to be just standing on a corner and just sagging their pants and drinking them 40-ounce things up there. And like, no. You guys perpetuated us as these, and you created industry complexes, mental, emotional, psychological, and spiritual connections to the type of disgusting behavior that you envisioned, displayed, and partaked amongst our people. And so now you're seeing that the representations of the presentations that you're trying to give are not, holding any more validity or potency. They're, it's not what it seems anymore. Oh, the crime used to be this, it used to be all niggas. It used to be really that simple. It used to be just, now we just don't know. We don't know if it's white, black, Asian, midgets, AI. So we definitely running into this situation. We running into this.
Criminals have gotten more savvy.
They're learning from some of their past mistakes. And so some of that involves doing things, more crimes that are not quite as prevalent as you would think in the past. Typically, we're always looking at drug sales and gun trades and things like that. But now we're also seeing things like human trafficking and even white-collar crimes or fraud investigations that are involving gang members as well.
He's talking about gangs now dabbling in identity theft, opening up fraudulent credit cards and spending other people's money. To make sure no one else pays for their scams, the FBI wants to make it a group effort to stop them and steer people away from that life.
But if you have a family member that might be, going down that path or potentially being recruited by a gang member, it's great to reach out to your local law.
Oh yeah, they gonna snitch on their own family members and all that stuff. This is organized crime at its finest, and y'all realize that y'all bit off more than y'all can chew, and that Ouroboros is eating. It's the snake that's eating itself.
Enforcement or to the FBI. So maybe we can intervene, provide them with some resources, and potentially prevent them from being a part of that gang before they actually do commit some crimes.
Even though they asked the public for help identifying gang activity, Schwartz knows people might get cold feet reporting a tip.
We always worry about people not wanting to come forward out of fear of retaliation or simply just fear of.
Stitches get stitches, homie. Wagwan, sister.
Even though they asked the public for
There you
help
go.
identifying gang activity, Schwartz knows people might get cold feet reporting it too. We always worry about people not wanting to come forward out of fear of retaliation or simply just fear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is so weird because I typed up your link that you sent me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it'll probably help if I turn this thing off too. I typed up the link and then the background on your thing is like a few minutes behind. So I could hear you talking on the other phone because I'm still on the live on the other one, but on the other phone, I'm on your thing so I could be able to,
Listen.
yeah, and speak to you. So I was like,
Gotcha.
okay, I want to talk to you, and
Yeah, the thing is with the Instagram is that it has a delay because of the connection that I have to make to add Instagram to the platform. But if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, then you'll be able to see the link much more faster, and the channel won't be at a lag in comparison to what it is on Instagram. Instagram is the only platform that does have that specifically right now. So
oh, okay. What's your YouTube channel?
it's my username is Prime Black, PrimeBlaq. I put it in the chat as well so everybody can see. There you go.
Oh, okay. So BLAQ. Okay.
Yes, BLAQ. Yes. So yeah. So definitely. So what you had in mind, beloved? What's on your mind?
Not much. I was just relaxing today, getting ready for tomorrow, and I just happened to log on Instagram and I saw you about to go live, but it was taking a minute. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna catch you this time. And my daughter ended up talking to me and she was distracting me a minute. So when I went to get back on, you had already started. That's why I was like, what I missed, know.
It's so much information.
Right. It's a lot going on. But did you see any of the videos I sent to you?
Yes, I have. And so that's the only thing I have to open it up on here in order to be able to play them. Let me see if I can get that to go, because I think it was tripping before. But those are definitely some interesting videos. And it's just so much going on.
Right. It's a lot going on. And I really feel like it's all orchestrated. But at the same time, like you've been saying, like people was okay with all this hell and oppression on us, our people. But then, now it's happening to them. Generally, it's like there's this big, huge thing like, whoa, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? And it's like super traumatic. And I'm like, but like, okay, but like we've been suffering this trauma like for a long time, like and stuff or whatever, like, and then it just seemed like the tables have turned. But sometimes I don't know whether to be honest. I don't know whether to feel sorry or to be like, well, I guess it's your turn, And for some people, I feel sorry because some people honestly, generally, are good, decent people and they do help other people and stuff like that. Like, for a while, I was like sold on the fact that, you know what I'm saying? Like Malcolm X said, the devil, he coined the phrase, you know what I'm saying? White devil,
Yeah.
I was under the impression that that was like 100% true and ain't nothing else and ain't nothing else to really describe it, and stuff or whatever. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Truthfully, the tables have turned with our people too. And I've witnessed it, with a lot of things, and then I experienced it myself. So like my views have kind of, in a way, they have kind of like wavered and changed, And it seemed that like a lot of Black people was so like cold and grimy towards each other and very jealous and bitter and just grimy and cold, you know, and a lot of the times for no reason at all. And I've seen Black dudes hate on other Black dudes for no reason at all. You know, I've seen Black women hate on other Black women for no reason at all, you know. And I had a situation because, you know, I was planning a big thing, and I kind of got into a little setback because my father passed away and a lot was going on right before he passed away, and it just threw things off and threw me off, and just a lot was going on, right? But I had some plans, you know, and everything to like really help our people and stuff, because to be honest, I don't care whether you believe me or not, or your viewers believe me or not, but everything that's going on, I already knew was going to go on. And I've been knowing since 2015, really 2014, but my confirmation came in 2015. And so certain groups of people around me, I had been warning, and they thought I was tripping. They thought I was a little cuckoo. So when 2019 came, everybody was getting sick. They like everybody got sick in 2020. No, everybody got sick in 2019, and it hit the news in 2020. You know what I'm saying? And there was stuff going on leading to that though. And I had visions and stuff and everything. And I had even had visions of the actual news people doing the actual news script, speaking and talking, and them showing the map with the red dots and stuff and everything. I actually saw that, and I told my ex I used to be in a relationship with and everything, you know, and stuff or whatever. Him and his family, they were just weird, and you know, they were into a whole bunch of other stuff or whatever, so they didn't care nothing but about alcohol and drugs. So they just thought I didn't know what I was talking about, and I must be watching too much stuff or whatever, right? You know, but I'm like, no, like I was telling him then and stuff or whatever that, you know, there's going to be an outbreak, but it's to trick people. You know what I'm saying? Like they're causing an outbreak and they're spreading, and it wasn't even spread the way they said it was spreading. They were lying when they were saying, oh, is this many million cases, this and that. They were lying. They upped the numbers to create a panic, you know?
Yes.
And to fearmonger people, you know? And so I saw this in a vision, and I was like telling him that this was coming and everything, and that they were trying to like force people and stuff or whatever to vaccinate the kids and stuff, talking about, oh, there's a new measles outbreaks, this and that, all that, you know. And then I was like telling them like, no, ain't no measles outbreak. How come, you know what I'm saying, 40 million people have to vaccinate their kids for the measles because 4 cases or 3 cases of the measles, like you don't see what's going on? Like, no. It gotta be more cases than that. Like, no, they are doing this, and then they're using that as an excuse to fearmonger everybody to do it. But there's a reason that they're doing what they're doing. And another thing was the flu shot. Notice before the whole so-called pandemic hit, they were just literally driving in like a bullet train. Get your flu shot, get your flu shot. You know what I'm saying? You need the flu shot. You need to protect yourself, this and that or whatever. Well, believe it or not, don't care if anyone believes it or not, but that sickness everyone was having, they got that because literally the people who got the flu shot was spreading the flu to other people. And this very thing happened with my own mom. My mother trusted them because she thought, you know, the doctors know better and everything. And she just trusts white people. My mom is like, you know, kind of infatuated. Well, was, now she's on the other side. With white people, when she thought they couldn't do nothing or say no wrong, you know. So I told her like, no one gets shot. She was like, well, you know, they're saying da. So my mom went and got it anyways. My mom almost died twice from getting that flu shot. And you know, they try to tell her to get it again. So my mom got the flu shot. She got real sick. She got the flu real bad. She almost died. She had to stop working. My mom was working. She was driving trucks and stuff and everything. She had to stop driving her truck, park her truck, went to the emergency room and stuff and everything. And then she went on bed rest at home and stuff. And she said that she had sneezed out on the porch. She went to get some air and stuff, whatever, had sneezed. She said anybody that walked past her porch caught the flu. And she's like, everywhere that she sneezed, she said it would just linger. She said, my mom said that it wouldn't even like go away. The germs will sit in that area for a long period of time. Now, yeah. So, my mom said that wasn't nobody sick until she got sick. When she got sick, she said that her boyfriend got sick, the neighbors got sick, and then all the other people in the apartment started getting sick. So my mom said, don't tell nobody, but I think I got my whole apartment sick. She was like, in fact, I know I did, you know? And literally, I've seen this happening with other people because there was people who got the shot and stuff out here because my mom was in Arizona at the time. That was in Arizona. But there were people out here that got the shot too. And I was noticing that with all these, like a lot of white people and stuff or whatever, and some of the Hispanics, they were walking around, they had the flu, runny nose, they were sneezing and coughing and stuff, and the other people was getting sick. You know what I'm saying? And the ones who were sick, they were like, they don't know why they're sick because they got the flu shot. And I told them, I said, that's why you sick. You know? And literally, my mom went back to the doctor and she was like, what happened? Like, I'm sick as a dog. I had the flu. And, you know, I got the shot. Y'all said the shot would protect me. And they told her that the shot actually gave her the flu. But they said it was a normal side effect. But now she'll be protected for later on. But she was like sick for a long time because of that, you know? And then she was still giving that to people. Even when she started feeling better and she would like cough and stuff, when she would like cough and sneeze, other people would get sick. So she was technically, what do you call it? What do you call a person that is, yeah, their carrier, what is it called? No cheese. Thank you. That's my daughter, by the way.
Okay.
But she was
caretaker.
Still, huh?
You said caretaker?
No, it's a certain word for somebody who like, you know, when they're like sick, they have something, even though they seem like they're fine, they still are contagious. You know, it's a certain word, whatever. But I'm gonna just get past that or whatever because I didn't finish what I was saying. But point blank period, my mom was still contagious, even though she was feeling better, right? So if she sneezed and she was next to you or around you, you would catch the flu. And then, you know, and stuff. So really what was going on in 2019 and 2020, it was a super spread of the flu. But notice they weren't claiming flu cases no more in 2020. All of 2020 to 2024, there were no flu cases. They just started saying COVID.
Yeah.
So then when people started getting vaccinated and stuff, and they started having like parties and barbecues and stuff, whatever, they would say like, oh, there was this big spread after this party. Wasn't no big spread. People who got them shots and stuff and everything, there is something in them shots and it responds to radiation. And these radiation towers that they got up that they said is for your cell phone so you can have great service, so you can connect with your loved ones. That's bull crap. They spent trillions of dollars into that to put them up. It's a weapon. And they turn the energy up on that. You cannot smell it. You cannot taste it, but it is very real and it is very deadly. And they turn them things up, and people who already had COVID vaccinations and also flu shots was having a whole lot of problems and getting real sick and stuff or whatever. And they were saying, see, look at the hospitals are full, the ERs are full. There's been more reported cases and this and that. And
they're still
you
full
know,
now.
Yeah. But the reason they're full though is because they gave people the virus they claiming they're trying to protect them from.
And now actual real viruses and sicknesses and ailments and things like that are really real now. It's like you cried wolf and sold people all these wolf tickets because just like you said in 2019, in November of 2019, that was the sickest I had ever been. I had black shit coming out of all my orifices, from mouth, butt, nose, ears. It was just crazy. My eyes, like I was dying. Like it felt that way. And that was the sickest I had ever been, and that was something, like you said, I had been seeing the signs since I was 4 years old. I seen my guardian angel that day. And so I told this story many times. And so I understand that, many of our elders, our people, our family, friends, it was to go back to what you started with. It's so hard. That's why we have to have a lot more patience and grace with our loved ones, because we have to understand that we were all in Jacob's trouble. We were in 400 plus years of subjugation, that we were oppressed, and we were oppressively capitulative to the white colonializations that brainwashed us and had us re-engineered and reprogrammed. And so being conforming of that, we didn't think no better. We got beat into subjugation to believe ideologies that weren't really of our essence or of our curriculum. And so you're seeing younger minds rebelling against that normalcy, because that wasn't normal to them, because they're looking at it like, well, getting beat up like that's not normal. Like, why? We're not dealing with it now. So, but you're dealing with Moabites, and you're dealing with people that are still fighting amongst each other because they have not come into the truth completely. They're still dealing with that. That's why people rant, because of things that they ignore. They ignore the truth, so they're gonna ignore what they are ignorant to. And so because of that, the system, the paradigm of everything has broken down, from the church and state mixing together since George Bush, since 9/11. I've watched this happen. The moment that technology came into the building, I watched all of this change. And now technology now, especially the internet, is like a college student that's graduating out of college right now, about to get his master's. So it's smart, but it's not all the way there now. We're now coming into the internet 3.0, which is much more blockchain technology. But to see how everything has transitioned, where crime, you can't get away with crime now. But we've watched the last 25 years, well, really 20 years, because the last 5 years have been completely different. But the last 20 years, we watched the pushing of the disparaging factor. Like, people were defeated. Like, you can see how many things were going on. And the video that I played before with Martin Luther King, of like, how long is this going to be going on? So people were burnt out and pissed off, and didn't know how to distribute that anger in the proper fashion, because we were still in Jacob's trouble before 2020. And so even if a brother and a sister lashed out, they would still have gotten shot. But the moment that George Floyd happened, now they thought that they can have the fear tactic of COVID scare us back into still not believing that anything was like that. We weren't in Jacob's trouble no more, that we were still in Jacob's trouble. But the interesting thing about George Floyd is that the fact that we came together with that positive power, like it did, even in LA, when they had the 20,000 people march down Hollywood, that energy of that many people, of people that look like us, and they didn't even know what they were doing. That's like them knowing how to, that's like them knowing how to do a Bruce Lee move as a white belt. So all those brothers and sisters out there were really white belts. They didn't know. And even then, the regular education behind things were starting to be distrusted, whether it's the churches, whether it's our family, brothers and sisters. We looking at everybody like, man, nigga, it ain't nothing you could tell me. Like, nigga, you still out here on the corner. Like they looking at their fellow sisters like, bitch, you ain't even got it. Like, you got 20 kids, So you're seeing how the versusism of generationism has happened still to this day, where we still operate in the mentality of two hungry dogs in a cage. But the moment that pendulum broke from 2020, we recognized that the energy was different. We recognized that they tried to scare us back into that because lo and behold, even with learning with Big Levi, that yes, Project Looking Glass, they did try to predict the future and they knew what the hell they were talking about, but we didn't know ourselves.
Right.
During this time, to be able to have grown up now, to be able to not be frantic, to be calm, to actually have more forgiveness for ourselves, because it's like, damn, we have to look at it like a football player and be like, good game. Like a boxing fight, when two boxers end the match, it's like, good game, good, good fight. That's how I looked at it through my journeys, because I couldn't get emotionally attached to any more of the hurt, pain, and atrocities anymore, because I knew that it was emotionally triggering me into a negative frequency that was changing who my character was. And because we were so attached to everything on this planet. Be ye separate, save the Lord, touch not the unclean thing. And the fact that our brothers and sisters are still not touching the unclean thing, they're still operating under the infestation of the 7 deadly sins. So because of that, they're still programmed to that. So if you still have two bulls bumping heads, two bears fighting, you're going to still have that. But the thing is that the mechanisms that were in place are starting to fall apart, and the things that had the holes and that the chains that were on our ankles are starting to rust and are starting to break. And the caged bird is starting to realize that he's outside of the cage now, and that he can actually use his wings to fly. So we're getting to the point now where those same brothers and sisters that you spoke about, within the next 5 to 10 years, they are going to be able to catch up to the knowledge that we're getting to now, because they're going to be able to come to people like me and other brothers and sisters to get the knowledge, to be able to clear themselves of the trauma. Those are brothers and sisters that are just still dealing with the trauma. They don't really know, and they don't have the nucleus or the real resources that they can actually entrust and look at it as it's a reliable source of information that I can be able to process what the hell I'm dealing with. And that's why I created this page, so I can be able to talk to brothers and sisters like how we're talking now. It's like, yeah, we know what these problems are, but we have to understand that those problems that we were forced to constantly identify with, we have to kind of pull the reins back on that, and that's what going through the studies, like with Big Levi, like we've read all of Dr. Claude's books, Black Labor, White Wealth, to be able to get an understanding of how they manipulated the whole, system. Powernomics. These are learning more about what was done to us, to be able to figure out how we can get out of it. And that's where we're at now, going into this year, knowing that we can give our energy. And that's how they were able to get our energy. Just like the movie From Dusk to Dawn. If you're not allowing that vampire or that demon to come into the door because you got the little liquid on the doorway, it's not going to enter. So if I'm not allowing the energy of, say, like a football game, for me to be that emotionally triggered by it, like you got guys that are fighting amongst each other, everything is gladiatorial right now, and that speaks to Sodom and Gomorrah and Babylon, that things would get more primitive and primal. It would be operating at your lowest chakra, to where it's like people need to feed me, fund me, and F me. You know what I'm saying? But it's like we're getting into that time where the most basic of mundane things give us our kicks. So whether it's like UFC fighting, football, or whether it's like Gordon Ramsay cooking shows, those particular things numb us down from actually excelling and really paying attention to the world around us, because we've been so digitized. It's desensitized us from being able to make that human connection again. And they tried to do that during COVID, to where that 6 feet social distancing, love energy emits at 6 feet. So when I give you a hug, you're going to feel 6 feet of pressure of love energy. So when they distanced that, and they even had it on what they said that my father passed away from COVID. So I understand what you are talking about, where I didn't get the shots, but there were many people who were like, you can't ever come to my house if you don't get the shots. We're not family anymore. So the dividance that was being created almost worked. But I believe that the George Floyd incident kind of threw a hitch in that, as well as COVID, because it made everybody sit back. But it wasn't because of COVID. It wasn't a lockdown. It was a lockout. And everybody who was up 83, Psalms 83, was pretty much being shown that they were literally out of the blessing. And that's what made me step back and be like, okay, I need to take a look at this a lot more deeper, because I'm not getting no shots. I'm not fighting with my brothers and sisters no more. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I cut you off for just a second to comment on what you just said?
Go ahead.
I do want to let you know that during COVID, when it comes to the shots and stuff, I am a victim of Instagram and YouTube shadow blocking and blocking and taking my content down. I posted actual facts, information on COVID, information on the vaccine, not just COVID, but the vaccine specifically. And they took it down and then blocked me for a long time, so that people would take them shots and not know what was going on and what was in it. I actually posted what was in it because they were actually putting HIV in the vaccines. And I said, no one would take this if they knew that they were putting HIV, herpes, bat and rat DNA on top of that. And then also human DNA, but it wasn't just like regular human DNA, you know, and stuff or whatever. Like, they were purposely only using slaughtered, murdered babies' DNA. You know what I'm saying? And like actual, you know, not just the DNA, but actual, you know, body parts and bloodlines, like, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But they wouldn't use anything from anybody that like died of natural causes, you know what I'm saying, and stuff, whatever. Only slaughtered babies. You know what I'm saying? What does that tell you? It's witchcraft, bat, rat, HIV, herpes, slaughtered babies only.
Some good points.
You know, there were other babies that could have been used, that, you know, passed away from, you know, car accidents, you know, a drop, a fall, you know, and stuff like that. No, they didn't want that. They didn't want those kind of babies. They didn't want no babies that died the good way or the normal way, natural causes, natural accidents. Slaughtered babies only. That's demonic. I don't care what nobody says. That's demonic. You mean to tell me that you turned down, and they admit this. The worst part about it, for people who be like, oh, well, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, that's conspiracy theories. The worst part about it is that the people themselves admit this. You know what I'm saying? Like, they admit it and they're proud about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they are proud about it. You know what I'm saying? And they also admit that it was made as a weapon and it was never supposed to be used on us. You know what I'm saying? Supposedly, but that's what they said. So then they wanted to use this weapon that they made. It was propaganda for other countries to kill people the civilized way. You know what I'm saying? And this is what is down in paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Like, I posted all this, you know what I'm saying? And they took it down. They took it down. And I also posted.
It's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's interesting you say that it was weaponized, because that's very good to be seen, because if you dwindle the numbers down when it comes to war, if you're able to take down the numbers in America and kill a rebellion, obviously the January 6th insurrection, if you'd have had, you know, if you'd have dwindled those numbers down, you'd have been actually much more in control. So like, that's an interesting example and observation, because if you didn't have people that didn't take no shot or anything like that, and you had healthy people, that's a way that you can be able to control a population. If there was a mutiny, you know, if there was something like that to cause a coup de grace.
Right. And but it was definitely a weapon, and it was definitely a test as well too. And it was testing 1 2 testing 1, And then they got testing too coming out. And Bill Gates admitted that himself. He was even gloating about it. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I posted that. They took it down. You know, why are they taking it down? It's an actual video of him gloating, like him saying it. Nothing nobody's saying about them. Nothing nobody talking about him. It's just, I posted a video of him literally saying and bragging, you know what I'm saying, that they're going to get people good this time and they're not going to be able to get away. And he was laughing and everything, you know, and saying that there was going to be a bigger pandemic about it. And he was hyped about it, you know, and everything, and saying that they're going to get a lot of people this time, you know, like I posted the video of him saying that, and they took it down. What's the point of them taking that down?
To keep the fires from getting too big, because they realize that they don't have any true control anymore. And they know that because we've kind of given permission to these apps and these devices, that they have a lot more, they have the ability to be in more control of that. The moment we be separate and are not, then they are blind. They can't control what we say and what we think. And so to see for the last 4 years them still pushing abortions, and you speaking about the baby fetuses and them still weaponizing these things, to be able to see, you know, the forecast and the potential forecast of these type of events happening again, those scare tactics. And like you said, like these people are all still on this, whether you're left red or blue, or left side or blue side, you're still part of the same bird. Because even at Jimmy Carter's funeral, you've seen all of them buddy, and everybody's assembling. All of the powerful politicians, all of the rich billionaires are assembling like they're the Avengers, because these people are still trying to find ways to get at the people. But it's turned around and it's going against, it don't matter who it is, nobody's exempt in this part right now. And people that look like us are still people that took the bag. Anybody who took the trinkets of Judas are finding out the hard way that those tactics did not work effectively. They were able to get people fearful enough, but that amount of people that were fearful were not Black folks like that. Like they tried, and they got a good portion of the old Negroes that didn't want to listen, who was like, although the future's in the young kids, but y'all never want to listen to us because you think that we're not smart, or we ain't paying attention, or we don't know what the hell we talk about. No, we knew what the hell we were talking about. You seen that, you were able to sense it in the air, not to go get those shots. You were able to try to warn your people to not do these things. And that's not up to you. You can't beat yourself up because that's Ezekiel 33. You blew the horn. That's it. If you had the information and you were Scrooge McDuck about that information, and you never posted it up and never even tested the water to press it against Instagram, because they don't want nobody to really be informed and panic like that. But because there's so many atrocities happening, they can't stop it and hold it like they were before. And this transhumanism of people is becoming rampant, to where it did mess with people. You've seen people for the last 4 years become completely different people, whether it's their sex, becoming a different gender, or somebody who is just like loony. They're not the same they're not the same people anymore. And so I do believe the people who capitulated to getting those shots are not the same people anymore that we used to know as. And because these times have passed, I am much more encouraged that this is not on a macro scale. I know that the Most High God has operated and made these people embarrass themselves by doing the dumb shit that they've done right now, and literally put the gun in their own mouth and shot their own selves, because Dr. Fauci and people like that should be held on crimes against humanity. And so that's where we're seeing that the veils of these people who have gotten away with all of these major crimes, and the companies that were involved in this, because it was like over 700 different vaccines that were on the stock market when that thing did just come out. They had just got it trademarked. And in that, around that time, that same 2019, no, it was like December 18th of 2019, that COVID, the word COVID was just patented. And so when it came rolling out, they ran with it. And you've seen so many different companies, like you said, making these weird concoctions. And people, it was the COVID hustle. And that it just showcased how bad of a quality of product and service that the rest of 83 were doing. None of them actually had products and services that were sustainable and healthy into the betterment of the world in general. These people have gone to every land and destroyed it and killed it with everything that was ever beautiful about anything throughout history. And so knowing that the tides have changed within the last 4 years to 5 years now, I'm not scared about nothing, and it needs to be exposed. This is not the time to be like speaking in panic or in speaking in inferior, as if the knowledge that we have been given is not of validity, because the predominantly white institutions or these authoritative bodies that self-proclaim themselves to be authoritative with the God complex. Like we see, these people are man too, and they go and get their own cocaine from out of their own police station. So all of that, who are you outside of your badge, goes right out of the window, because money makes you more the person that you already was. So if you was already evil like that, Dr. Fauci, then it don't take nothing else to keep you amped up. And if you got all of the resources behind you, that's where people were getting away with these crimes. And so none of these people's hands are clean. We don't know what any of these people did, so we can't sit here.
We actually do, but people are, I'm sorry to cut you off too, I apologize. But we actually do, like, these people came together and made a pact right in front of us, right in front of the whole world. And people watched it and just kept on doing other things and watched the next thing that came on the news or on the TV or their show and stuff. But they were literally coming together and they plotted out in the open to do what they are doing this very moment to everybody.
Yes.
And they literally came together. So everybody's playing like, oh, they don't know this. No. They knew. All of our governments came together and they made a pact to do this. The only person who I could say honestly don't know what the heck going on and stuff and wasn't really a part of it is Trump. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I'm going to tell you this is because they didn't care about Trump. Even though he's rich, they look at him like white trash. Okay. And they even attacked him. They injected him with the real lethal vaccine. And he almost died. You know what I'm saying? And nobody says nothing about that. Like, they committed treason. They knew it was a weapon. It's different. Look, Obama passed a law for them to use propaganda against us, to use propaganda on us. So they have the legal right to lie to everybody else. But he was the president when they injected him with a lethal weapon. And they did this to him while he was an active president. You know what I'm saying? So literally, you know what I'm saying? He's the only one who don't know what the heck going on. And he said that. And Omarosa posted a video that she secretly recorded of him, their conversation. He said out his own mouth, he don't know what's going on and he's not running nothing, that the military dude was. You know what I'm saying? So literally, I believe him. He told the truth for once. He wasn't running nothing and he didn't know what was going on. And I believe him 100% because he himself let them give him that shot. He was believing the hype and he got jacked up. You know what I'm saying? So literally, you know what I'm saying? All the governments that was before him and stuff, our governments, and let me tell you why, and our people are doing it too, but let me tell you why the people in the governments are doing it and why they went ahead and passed all these laws to take away all your freedom and all your rights and all your protections. They tricked them. They've been using what they call honey traps. The CIA, FBI, whatever spy group you want to call them, Homeland Security, all that. They have been doing this for years. They have been taking people because they know these politicians, these congressmen, these this and that all over the world, prime ministers, all that all over the world. They're still regular people at the end of the day. So they've been taking them, inviting them to lavish parties and extravaganzas and stuff. And then they've been, getting them drunk and high. And then they put them, in compromising positions. They put them with, young women or girls and boys and stuff like that, or, gay men and stuff, and have somebody who has a wife have gay homosexual sex, and they record it. And then they say, we have this on you. So you got to go on this vote. You have to do whatever we say do. You have to vote for this and vote for that and approve this and approve that. They have literally approved for them to poison our water system. Heavenly poison our water system. Why do you think that they would do that? I'll tell you why they do that. Because they got them by the balls. They've been literally caught either messing with children or doing homosexual things, and they're not homosexual. They're pretending to be heterosexual. They don't want the shame. They don't know how to handle it. And then they've been threatened with jail. Oh, if you don't do what we say, if you don't vote yes for this, you know what I'm saying? We're going to expose you and you're going to jail because this person you slept with and stuff, this person is 12 years old. This person is 13, and stuff or whatever. Yeah, you did this at the party. We don't care. Everybody else do it. We're just going to play the part video of you having that session with that person. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to jail, and think about what your family going to think. You're going to embarrass your whole family. So literally, those politicians gave up your rights, my rights, and everybody else's rights, and all our protections and all that, because they have them in a trap, what they call the honey trap. That's why they never released the Epstein list. You know why? Because Epstein had more dirt on everybody than they did. They had their own dirt because they've been tracking people through their phones. They listen to the conversation. You think they want to listen to mine and your conversation? No, they listen to all them politicians and stuff, and then recording them and recording their stuff. But, Epstein had even more dirt. He got actual films of them coming and doing messed up stuff to kids on his island. So they like, oh, we could use this. Diddy didn't have nothing on Epstein. Huh?
This year is going to be a lot of revealing of a lot of things. And so I'm enjoying this show because being the matador and getting out of the way of the bull running into the wall. And that's what all of them are doing, is that they are revealing, the Most High is revealing all of the truth on everything. The sun is being shined. There's planetary alignments that are, they're jacking up things that their bullets can't stop. None of their bazookas and their bombs and tanks can't stop what's going on around the whole world. And so these leaders have to resign. Trudeau has to resign. Merkel has to resign. The people in the Middle East, they have to resign. Asia has to resign because they realize that church and state, whether separate or even together now, because that's why they're trying to unionize right now, has completely fallen. And now they're turning against each other because that's where we're at right now, is that you're seeing church and state go against each other. And all of the exposure of all of these different people, it has to happen. It has to happen exactly the way it is. I'm not going to get emotionally triggered by it because I know that, knowing that they were supposed to, and during the time of the Jacob's trouble, it didn't happen. It made people think that it was never going to happen. So the fact that even within this year, we just started, it's only been January 11th. The fact that this stuff is actually kicked up into gear right now is what is allowing people to be much more at ease and more calm and more peaceful about, like, okay, this stuff is actually happening to people that were of prestigious or prominence or importance, knowing that they really did hurt people. They really did lie to people. And because people were in their safety cocoon, in their own cubicle in life, that they did not want to rock the boat or shake the waters. And so, yes, it's that polarizing when your company is telling you, hey, if you don't get this shot, or if you don't conform to these these ways, then you're going to lose your job. Or it's the scare tactics that America has been really good at doing, and so it has been one of the most effective weapons. Like you said, they're whipping out, they're putting all of their chips on the table this year with everything, with weaponizing, with coming together. You can just even see in Governor Newsom even talking to Trump. You're seeing Barack Obama shaking Trump's hand. Like these people, Al Gore was at the Jimmy Carter thing. You're seeing, like you said, people that did not like each other, people that did vouch and root for other things that were atrocities amongst humanity. Yes, these people are coming together because they got to whisper to each other, hey, we've been busted. Hey, you better watch out. Hey, you better do this, because they know that they have enough of a protection to keep them safe for a long time. And what they're doing is they're gathering each other together to try to protect each other's narratives. That's why you had to have had 10 presidents up there to be able to validate Jimmy Carter. Because why? We don't know what this man was doing. That's why we can't sit here and be kissing none of these people's ass. I don't care who it was. I don't care if it's Michael Jordan. I don't care if it's Barack Obama, Mike Tyson. It don't matter who it is. We have to understand that we all are in this same lunch line. And to be able to see that, just like you said, like, I don't know whether to have this or have that. It's like, I can't have no empathy or no emotions about this, because it's not of my calling or my judgment to distribute, period, point blank. All I'm here to do is observe and report. And even if I'm observing and reporting what I'm seeing, all I can do is to detach myself emotionally from it by just basing it off of the actual truths, the things that I know that are here, that we see, that we know, that we've read, that we've inquired, and we've consolidated all of our information together to be able to come up with the greatest general consensus we can get ourselves to be able to be at peace and at ease, and confirm the things that may bounce around in our head, because we are confused and perplexed about the things that we have entrusted, because we put so much in. People putting 40 years into their jobs to come to find out that their job, people pay thousands of dollars into their house and their fire insurance policy, and to come out and to find that they ain't getting nothing back. The people put so much into their kids to find out that your kid shot up the whole damn school and you got to go to jail for that little motherfucker. It's a world that we're living in right now within the last 5 years that is showcasing to us all of the bullshit that we were accustomed to thinking that it was good for us, when really people just got Ponzi schemed, just like the fire insurance companies right now. They Ponzi schemed everybody. Like, for y'all to have all that money, y'all done made all of this money, ain't been no fires, and now y'all bankrupt. Y'all ain't got no money. Where all that money go? You see what I'm saying? So
right.
You're looking at all of these companies, those same 700 companies that was on Wall Street trying to sell the same COVID shot concoction like Moderna and Pfizer. You've had a lot of people who are whistleblowers come out. Why? Because envy.
Did you check the date on that cheese before you just put it on your food? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And so it's the chickens are coming home to roost, and the Holy Spirit is amongst us. Michael's in the midst, and he's causing all kind of destruction all over the world right now. And so these planetary alignments are real. They're lining up. These people cannot hide what they're doing and what they're saying. They don't have enough people around them that they can pay to keep their mouth shut. People don't have no more moral compass. They are being called into question. People are falling apart when it comes to the fake gangsta ass clout that they have. This has just been the time of exposure. The truth is being shined on everything, and what we thought we knew is just, we have to hit the reset button and have much more humility and grace, and just at least give ourselves the opportunity to be able to get some other form of knowledge or educational access to be able to get away from what we thought was good from us. We have to run away from that, sprint away from that, so we can at least have the room to breathe and be like, okay, my mind is at ease. I'm not really worried about these folks going through what they're going through. Okay, I can be over here reading these books. Like I said, I got a whole library of books. I sit here and read my Bible every day. I read these other books to keep myself educated, chew the meat, spit out the bones, knowing that what was presented to me by these people, I can no longer believe. I don't care who it is. None of them are exempt. Not even myself, because I know that I'm willing to do the work to show thyself approved. That's different than them doing and saying that they're doing the work to show thyself approved. Because if they was, they'd be over here. But I know that that's not the case. So I know that is of demonic and evil energy. That is that it's the Walking Dead. People are bit by the Walking Dead. So yeah,
Yeah.
we have family and friends that no longer that we can talk to like this, who are going to be able to appreciate and believe what we're talking about, because you're still capitulative to the old ways or things that have destroyed our community and destroyed ourselves, our family structure. Like we're trying to do the best we can to rebuild these things that should be wholesome to us, that things that should be noble and righteous, that we are backtracking on the sag in the pants and drinking the 40s outside and all that stuff. Yeah, that's why I'm showcasing the different stark comparison, the stark differences of what really the crime really looks like out here, what really is going. So that's what we're doing right now, and to be in a place now that we can actually have a healthy conversation now. Communication is the key to understanding, and understanding is the key to healing. So the more that I'm able to understand where you're coming from and not be like taking the shit personal, and the fact that you can sit here and understand where I'm coming from, because I'm a Nogahite. I was born on a Friday. I'm a man of love. I'm a Venetian. I'm a Venus baby. So for me, the time that we're in right now is just I'm here to bring the love. And Venus is in Saturn. So you got love and judgment right now. So the people that are not in that love bubble, they're getting judged. So even with that combination, that does not mean that nobody's escaping that. Like, yes, I could still have love and compassion in my heart, but that's like you said, like, do I have this or have that? It's like, that's not of my call. Like, all I can do is just keep holding on to the love and hope that the energy or your own circumstance of going through your own judgment helps wake you up. Or it may be too late. Sometimes it may be too late for the people we love, that our friends and family. It's like even our own children. Like, we have to understand. I don't have children yet, but I'm just saying, like, the only thing that we're in control of is their namesake. Everybody's destiny is already written into the stars the moment that they come out of your portal, out of a woman's portal. So that at that moment, at that time, they already have a set mission that they already got to go and do. They don't remember it, and they try to at least assimilate the information around them to kind of puzzle piece it all together. But then a lot of the times the people around us don't know what our own puzzle pieces are. Our own family can't help us with our own puzzle pieces. That's up for us to figure it out. But we do put all of that angst and energy and disappointment and this resentment and bitterness and jadedness on each other. And that's why we do war and fight with each other, because our egos are so flamboyant, because we are so exaggerative with our energy in us, with our soul. We're strong, we're talented, we're intelligent, we're everything. And so we always have to look at a situation wherever we're at as if we have to approve ourselves. Like, we're never going to get caught off guard because of how much it was shown to us not to be caught off guard. So the fact that we had to look over our shoulders all the damn time, it's like we're trying to get from that. And the fact that we have slightly gotten to that point now, it's like I'm trying to help my people stay focused on, like, hey, yeah, those shots was there. Yeah, we was getting our ass beat. Yeah, we was doing this. Yeah, we was doing drugs. But look at where we're at now. Now we're seeing more fathers. Now we're seeing more people prosperous, riding around in cyber trucks. Like, now we're seeing our brothers eating healthy, working out, doing it. So that's what we need to see, is the positive presentations that are really out here. You know what I'm saying? Not perpetrating that, oh, we niggas again. No, we're not going to do that. So that's why I speak from the way that I am, and I know the passion in your voice, because, like, we had to fight that. There's plenty of family members and friends that took those shots, and we couldn't even stop them. even if we wanted to. And that's what it comes down to. It's a lot of people that we couldn't stop them from sleeping with everybody and catching something or having a bunch of kids and doing wrong and being strung out outside homeless. But we have to understand everybody has to go through their own walk. And how they have gone through their walk, that's not my place to even feel. All I can do is try to help that person from the bottom of my heart humbly. You know what I'm saying? Unconditional love comes with no conditions. And that's just
Right.
how, my mother gave me, is that knowing that we're only here for a very short amount of time. So being thankful for what we do have with each other is more important than trying to, investigate everything or put too much emphasis on things that are not of our righteous path that God has for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be
Right.
this worrying about Kim Kardashian right now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I understand that was there, but it's like looking at the now and allowing ourselves to accept what is in front of us as options to implement a better strategy and game plan. I'm all for that. Me arguing with a brother or a sister, like, come on, dog. That's not, and I'm not even gonna go there with nobody. Like, I'm literally like,
Is
even
your
if
mom still alive?
no, she passed away August 30th, 2017. That was the day my life changed.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was recent.
Yes.
2017.
So I've been in my 7 days of burning bush, and this is where I have come out on the other side healed. This is
Okay,
where
that's good.
that's how long it took me for my healing. Everybody has a different process, and that's why you have to seek it out. Most people don't want to seek it out because when you lose somebody, that first year of grief, most of the time makes people become something that they didn't want to become. But the
Right.
pressures of all of these things in life, it short circuits people. So for me, I had to go through my 7 years of burning bush. That's why I got my Moses on. Because it was necessary. Because if I didn't, I would have been those same brothers arguing. I would have been those same brothers fighting and shooting and selling drugs and doing all these other things and not changing my damn life and getting caught in the judgment that is going on right now. So I'm very thankful that I've been shown grace and mercy to be able to get up and work it out one more day to be a better man. And I
Right.
hope that and motivate and encourages and empowers brothers to be able to do that. That's why I get up here and try to lead by example by staying in my studies, staying in the word, and staying prayed up, because prayer changes things. And I'm only in control of what I can control. And when I'm not
Right.
really in control
Don't
of
throw
that.
your seeds away.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm sorry, I was
So,
telling my daughter don't throw her seeds away. Yeah.
no. So yeah, but it's definitely it's a different time. It's a different day. And I want us to be much more encouraged and uplifted in knowing that we can go to our brothers and sisters and try to heal them in a way much more different than trying to shove, you know, our ways, our ideologies down each other's throat, or our visions, or our perspectives and stuff like that. When I think about
Yeah.
the Martin Luther King's walk, he had all people from denominations. He had all flavors of chocolate. He had every, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of that matter. Like, getting the essence of that, being on code, being in one unison, and being able to understand that you can't do it by yourself. And that's
Right.
where I can appreciate that environment at that time. Did they have it together because they were still in Jacob's trouble? No, they weren't going to get nowhere. We can appreciate their effort, but they were a loose bike chain going up Mount Everest. It's just, that's unfortunate that we have to process it like that. But to
Right.
know that we have the opportunity to change that now, for the last 5 years, we ain't squandered it. Because we're not occupied with being pulled over and beat up like that anymore. We're not occupied with having to be up in the Social Security line trying to get food stamps or something like that. We're not occupied with you still got stupidness out there, but that's only because that is the 2/3 of the people that are out here who are not trying to seek out the truth, who don't want the truth. They rather want BBLs and Jordans. So that's why you see the fires and the atrocities. These people are crying their asses off because that's how much because they couldn't let go. That's the issue. So people are being forced to be let going of everything. And I would have rather have seen somebody actually smiling and laughing, like, you know what? Thank you, God, for releasing me of this. Not one person did that.
Right.
So that's a difference in the type
And
of.
they don't realize that they're being attacked. They still think it's natural. They don't even realize that no, it was orchestrated. And so that's the sad part to me.
That's why we can't feed into any narratives of what they may think it may be, because it's like, even if I told you like, hey, you're suffering because you're no longer in a blessing, that you're the priesthood of Mahan, they lied to you, that you've been under white supremacy for 400 plus years because you guys knew what was going on and you guys did these atrocities, and now these atrocities happen back unto you. It's not us committing a retribution. We're not coming back at you guys with our physical hands. We've always still had love for you guys, but the hands that are touching you right now are the mighty hands of God. So that's the thing that most people are not going to be like, oh shit, I didn't think it was that. But no, it literally is that. And so we have no more explaining to do. We have no more talking, no more arguing. Somebody trying to argue. I'm not finna argue with nobody who's a 2/3. I'm not, because I know what the real is right now. And if people don't see it, that's why I have to show these examples and have these presentations together, because it's like, even if I was to have it showcasing something else, it's not going to be as substantial as much as the world is showing me right now. This is what the times are showing us right now, that, hey, these people are not getting away with doing the fear tactics and scaring people. They're not getting away with selling these broken down cars that got hurricane water in them. They're not getting away with the insurance.
Right.
They're not getting away with stealing the babies in their abortion. They're not getting away with lying us like they black and they really not, in the politics and stuff like that, and saying they love Tupac and stuff. No, they're not.
Right.
They're not getting away with these. So everybody's like, put their face up. So that's what I am encouraged to see a lot more. Is it coming at a faster pace? That's not up for us to push that ball. It is for us to just watch as the Holy Spirit does her thing on these lands. And that's all we can do, because people are being heartbroken as we speak. There's many brothers and sisters that have lost their stuff in those fires. You know what I'm saying? That were very oppressively capitulative and partying behind Esau the whole damn time. Just, tap dancing and jucking and jiving. That's just what it is. It's unfortunate, but
Right.
now they realize, like, damn, I should have been one of those persons in that moment to say, thank you, God, for removing me from this curse, removing me from these chains of materialism or subjugation to myself and to my peoples. And so most don't think like that. And so they didn't. All they did was cry and try to carry everything in the car. I'm not letting things go. I'm going down with the Titanic. That mentality lets you know. Even if somebody was even talking that was down in the hood like that, they'd be like, man, I would have took everything or anything. Or I'm going to go up there and go rob it. It's just the thought process tied in with the actions. That's what almost, it's like, what is it? Self-incrimination. It's like a holy self-incrimination. We're all being watched by the Akashic records. We got a bigger camera than they do on the street lights on us. Every move we make, every thought we think. And that's where we're getting pushed into that realm right now of recognizing that, hey, if you are still conducting yourself like that, if you are still acting up, don't worry, your order is coming up. And so to see what happened right now within California, everybody all in these other places that are like, look what happened if California burned down. I promise you, your order is coming up. Please.
Oh, it's already happened in other states. Like over on the East Coast, they said they showed on the news a whole giant apartment complex burnt down and stuff. Fires started over there, and it looked at like maybe over 500 apartments, there. So like I think even more than that, like 1,000 apartments, but it was like on the East Coast somewhere, like Northeast.
Yeah. And it's cold out there. And it's like you're fighting a fire with frozen water, you know,
Right.
and the hoses are frozen. And then the work, everybody, the people that are going to be the most pissed off by the end of this year is going to be the firefighters and the
Right.
first responders and the police officers, but just because they're going to get so overworked. All of these different essential workers or the pilots are being pressed because the airlines are kind of forcing them to like risk life flying people in the craziest of weather, and
Right.
they can't fly no more because of the ley lines. So it's
And
like
they crashing planes themselves. They decide whether you gonna make it or not, like, because they got in a computer where they could just shut it down. So it's like,
and that's scary to be that much in
right.
control and then be that much like your balls are caught, you know. It's like, oh, like, you know, it's a weird it's a weird combination now. That's how people got scared, because they don't want to lose their job. A lot of people everybody got great jobs. Even like people don't want to lose their jobs. They're scared to step out and build their empire, especially brothers and sisters now. But you can't build your empire still on a stack of boo-boo. Like
Right.
you have to build it on a solid foundation now. And the only way to do that is you got to start from scratch. Literally scrap everything that you thought you knew. And that's what I had to do. The moment that my mother passed, even before then, I had to scrap everything I knew. Because when you lose the first person that you see in this world, that's your spiritual umbilical cord that ties you, at least that one, and your father. And so honor thy mother and thy father. That's why that's said, for us to be able to, and when we do lose those disconnections, we are being given a time frame to find ourselves way back to that. And I realize that everybody has a time schedule or a deadline or a time frame to have to get your ass to that. Like you have to, like, and all the distractions and all of the boyfriend and girlfriend fights and all the kids getting sick and acting up in between the jobs and everything, you still have to make time to show thyself approved, to get yourself back to that place where you become whole in the time frame that the Most High has designed you to be in it. Because the time that we're in now, it's all about alignment. And if you don't know thyself and you don't know your alignments, then you're going to be off kilter. You're going to be like, the loose bike chain. It's not going to go and flow like it's supposed to. Like my life is flowing now as it is supposed to. So I am encouraged to be doing this. I am encouraged to see that, that the Most High is speaking through me and the wisdom is radiating out to the people out there, because we do need to be able to have these conversations without people getting wrapped up into the clickbait or the insufficient rhetoric, or just the fact that it's emotionally triggering in an unnecessary way. Like what I'm saying is that the conversation don't even like, we speaking on things that getting like people getting all hostile on TV on subjects that don't even fucking matter.
Right.
Like, really, why are we sitting here like, really? Like we could have been talking about that, but you trying to fight me and then you want to shoot me? That's where we got to get ourselves out of, because in the midst of conversations, people's egos is their amigo. And that's what keeps people from actually growing and coming together. We're seeing the difference now, which is fine. But that's why we have to just keep on, And so I need to go get something to eat. That's what I'm about to go do. Food is calling my stomach. I haven't eaten anything. So I've had a very long day. I'm going to close it down, but I'm going to definitely be back on tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully, I still got way more stuff to be talking about. It's just so much going on. It's not going to stop. But I'm definitely going to upload everything and have it set up and ready. I'm just so grateful and excited for the times that we're living in. And thank you for sharing, hopping on here and sharing your words of wisdom, because I think that we need to be able to keep on having these conversations of enlightening each other and being on the lookout and letting people know who may have actually delved into doing these things that they shouldn't have done. And after they have been warned, and then they find out like, oopsie, I made a mistake. It's not about trying to fluff my ego to tell you, I told you so. That's not what this is about.
Right.
I don't want nobody to feel guilty or undermined and insulted as if somebody is trying to demean you. It's you need to hear what needs to be said because you need to
Right.
get that tough love and get the truth. But that's why people can't take things personal. You can't get emotionally personal about things that people are here to help you. A coach is there to help you. A gym trainer is there to help you. The doctor is there to help you. So why are we insulting people that actually have the capacity to help one another? Because maybe you may know the same amount that I may know. And so that's why you have these posturings up of egos that got people fighting amongst each other. Women too. Women got to be able to hold each other accountable a lot more, because a man is only I'm a different type of guy, but I know that most men, even when they say something to a woman, is coming off as bully, mean, disrespectful, or anything like that. But it's like, yo, that's not what the case is right now. Men are not trying to be assholes, but at the same time, you got a lot of men who are emotionally immature and are triggered. And it goes both ways because both sides are traumatized. That's the key word about all of this, is that the men are a particular individual type of traumatized. And knowing what day you are, knowing who you are, a woman is able to understand a man much more, just like a man needs to be able to understand, like, okay, is she a Virgo? Okay, is she a Taurus? Okay, is she a Madamite? Is she born on a Wednesday? Like these things, they help you understand your partner more. They help you understand your family more. I know
So
what they
you think the horoscopes actually matter?
Everything matters, yes. The stars are in the sky. They have always mattered. That's how our ancestors navigated this world. As above, so below. Everything matters. Nothing is ever not taken as it doesn't matter. An ant matters. You know what I'm saying? Every
Right.
grain of sand matters. To be selective, like Chris Rock said, to have selective outrage. Like, you have to accept everything as it is. There's no trying to make my own rules and orders of things. It's like, I'm not in control of none of that no more. When we stop doing that, that's when we become better. Because when we're trying to control things, we strain ourselves out. We get too attached to things to where we get too emotionally amplified about something that maybe the passion behind it may be perceived as disgruntled or heavy or disruptive. Just, you know what I'm saying? That negative connotation. And so trying to do a better job with that is allowing us to be able to have the space to breathe again, to be able to vent off the things that may be damaging us. And so learning more, many of our brothers and sisters in this country are like a tree with no roots, because they don't know who they are and where they come from. They don't even know the mechanisms and the institutions and the systems that have been put up to even make you the way that you are right now. If I can't even get you as a brother or a sister to even be here, to even at least listen, if a person was in my chats that was just going off and just being the troll and angry and all that stuff, those are people that are already lost. There's nothing that for me to get any angry or hostile in no capacity. That's when you just have to allow that. You just have to send that person in peace. Now, if they try to disrupt or destroy your life or your family or your place of peace, anything like that, you have every utmost right to defend who you are and stand your ground in that capacity. But if it ain't bothering you and you ain't got no need for it, let that shit go. Let her go. Let him go. Just focus on what God has for you right now in your life. What are you hearing? What are the signs that you're getting right now? Because the world is opening up of all possibilities and the blessings are coming back to us. But if you're not ready, if you haven't been doing the work, like I have 30 businesses that I'm ready to open up empires. And to see all of this stuff burning down, I'm talking about grocery stores. They got whole towns empty right now. So yes, I am sitting here in my bat cave with all my books, learning, staying in all of my studies, because I didn't have all of this because I was so busy in the rat race. And then you seeing people who were dying in snow and crashes because they trying to get so much out of the rat race that's not going to give them what they sufficiently need. You know what I'm saying? Like, I woke up today thinking about that. Like, why am I not happy? You know what I'm saying? Just a question that deep, it's that deep sense of questioning of like, why is my brother's not happy? Why is my sister not happy? Why am I not happy? Because it's like, because of things, because of material. And I look at the people that lost everything. It's like, damn, all I want is God's grace and mercy. And I cried in the shower today. And that made me feel good to kind of just shed that little shell of myself of like, I don't want those problems. Like, I don't want to feel like that. Like, I want to feel the joy that the Most High has given me right now, because I did go through what I went through, and He has allowed me to process, to grieve, to heal, to mature emotionally, physically, financially, spiritually. And if none of this is going to be easy, most people, denial. It really comes down to people cannot look at themselves in the mirror. We're scared to look at our own selves. We're scared to take accountability. We're scared to get a refund on our own damn selves. We scared to ask that own receipt on our own damn selves, to be like,
Right.
hey, Prime, you've been fucking up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where we don't check ourselves, because our parents are not around to whoop our ass. And we already like, fuck the cops. You ain't finna put your hands on me. So it's like, who's going to say that? Your man ain't going to tell you, and you ain't going to listen to him. Fuck you, nigga. You can't tell me shit. I make more money than you. Little dick ass nigga, get out of my face. You know what I'm saying? So you running into so much hostility where some people, they roses don't stink. So trying to get through to people right now, it's like they have to lose everything in order to see clearly now. So in order for that to happen, people have to be stripped of literally everything. Whether some people have to have lost their child. I can imagine that. Some people lost their parent. I lost mine. I didn't know what that experience was like. When you go through these experiences, that's what's going to make you better. It's either you're going to fall forward or you're going to fall backwards. And so this is the time right now, and to not be emotionally still anchored to the things that happened in the past that may still have us identify with those things, whether it's the church or political parties or a football team, basketball team, any of these things, Adidas, Jordans, anything like that, Mercedes, or Benz, like, I'm okay with just going to take a walk. I got in over 2 million steps last year, and it felt good. That felt good than just going and driving down to LA right now and going to go chill with the family. Just to know that I went through my 2024 and I thought about it, it was like, damn, what really did I accomplish? And that makes you really think, that did I read enough books? Did I study enough? Did I learn something? And that's the pressure that we need to put ourselves under. Are we willing to take the pressure and have accountability partners to hold us responsible for the shit that we say that we want to do? And that's what I've always did with the people that was around me. I always try to help people. I try to hold people accountable for their own ambitions. Like, oh, bet you want to be a rapper? All right, bet, cool. I'd have made you a hot song. You recorded it. Oh, now you don't want to record. Now you don't want to get on stage. Now you don't want to write your rhymes. You don't want to. Many people are all sizzle in those states. That's why 2/3 are still in those 7 deadly sins. However much deep they are, they may be all toes deep. But the moment you start removing those toes and you start seeing it from a longer view, that's when we'll be at peace. So to register right now, where the people that have gone through those things, who did not listen, who did not take heed, you took heed. You paid attention. So thank yourself and thank the Most High. Because I think that is more important than beating ourselves down because of what didn't happen, what didn't occur, and feeling like we failed trying to win over our family or trying to
Right.
get our kids to be good kids and things like that. It's like you can only do your best. That's all you can do. And the best you can do is to know that we all have the same 24 hours in a day. And excuses make us useless at this point. There's no takebacks. There's no more quarters to sit there and think that we can get away with the stuff that we used to do. All those days of doing whatever we used to do, cut that shit out. And I'm gonna leave it on that note. That's real talk. And get to work and get busy. Like I said, I want to be doing classes on my Patreon of reading, doing coding in Python and doing CDL so my brothers and sisters can get their CDL license. Like
Right.
those conversations I want to have, the books to help brothers understand what we're talking about. I have books for brothers. I have books for sisters, but I have relationship books that we need to be able to have these conversations. But even then, it's so difficult to have conversations because we need to heal. And we may not know exactly what we need to heal. But when we get to know what we need to heal, that's when the process starts. The process starts when it comes to accepting and being honest and apologizing to ourselves, forgiving ourselves for disregarding or rejecting the thing that was a good thing for us the whole damn time. So with that being said, let me make sure that I don't got nothing over here. But I'm gonna pick up with all of these tomorrow because these are all still interesting stories. Like I said, the crime that's going on around the world, and just in America alone, I'm highlighting it because each one of these institutions and companies and organizations and people themselves are being exposed. People are
Right.
talking, and it needs to be shown. And so I don't want us to be scared about anything that has happened. Things have already happened, and it is what it is. People got away with murder. People got away with lying to us. People got away with a lot of things, and that's okay. It's
Right.
good. It's good game. Good game. You tried so hard to try to take us all out, and we still rose. So that's why it's like, don't be mad about nothing. I sit here real calm and I laugh because it's like, dude, this stuff ain't. We're not affected no more. Before, if I was talking about this before 2020, oh yeah, most people would have been scared and not really doing it. But everything changed. So, but yeah, I want to thank you for tuning in and coming in, and we're gonna keep this ball rolling. Like I said, keep passing the word, letting people know, bringing them in, and we need brothers and sisters to be able to kind of get a greater understanding for who they are and what they do and what's to come, because they may not know, but they can get it here. And so, thank you, beloved sister, for tapping in. And until next time, we will get you going, and that you get some good rest and take care of yourself.
Okay, you too. Thank you too for the chat. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, folks. So I am gonna get myself some hungry hippo. Get me some hungry hippo. Oh man. Thank you, everybody that's out there on. I can't say TikTok right now because they done got me banana for saying that I was passing misinformation. Let me know if I was passing any misinformation. I'm just helping people. They said I was causing psychological damage. I don't know how much psychological damage I just caused with just expressing the truth in the most wholehearted way, genuinely and sincerely. I'm just causing my psychological damage. Okay, folks. They do the most. This ain't the first time I've been, but man, this world is trying its best to keep it together, and it is falling apart fast. Falling apart fast everywhere. So we will continue. And I have much more that I didn't even get a chance to pull off. It was just so much, y'all. I'm talking about just even what I'm showing y'all now. This was just it's a good little jog. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep these jogs going on, but I still want to keep, trying to reach it out to and get people to, see what's going on and stay in tune. So much love to everybody and enjoy your night. And